Got all my titles set up. My chat set up. I think I'm all set up. I haven't streamed for like a week. I'm here. I'm back. And we have a purpose. What's playing audio right now? That's not... Oh, it's coming from my monitor? What the... Windows changed the audio device and it's now using my monitor. Windows update. Snooze. Oh my god, it's been a minute. Alright, so speaker setup, stereo. Wait, how come I can't choose the... There we go. Yeah, it... God damn it. It shows my monitor to play music. This would be Scarlett 2i2. There we go. There's a little bit more bass. Jeez. This monitor that I got, I guess I must have taken it for a LAN party. I need to actually do a test setup of my LAN setup, my LAN party setup. The guys have not been talking very much, so there hasn't really been much activity in regards to scheduling another LAN party. It'll happen eventually, though. I think maybe there's a big delay because I bought that handheld, the Asus Legion Go. Pop out chat. There's YouTube chat and there's Twitch chat. I'm all set up, but nobody's here. Nobody's around because I missed too many streams. I've had kind of weirdness going on. I started into blood pressure medication. A bunch of other crap got in the way of streaming. Hey, what's up, Jackslage? How you doing? How you doing this fine Friday? I'm I've got a house full of people, and I hate streaming when there's a house full of people, but I'm just gonna have to be a little quieter than normal. I'm not gonna like rage out and yell at stuff like I am wont to do. That's how you keep things exciting. You over remote and you react to things, and it gets fun. What's up, Weaselblacks? Yeah, I'm here. I'm alive. I've had stuff getting in the way, like getting my prescriptions is like a full-time job sometimes. I go to the doctors a lot as a diabetic, and so you end up getting prescribed a lot of stuff. And so they said, hey, your blood pressure's high. And I'm like, you think? Because I've like major hypertension, and so they upped the dosage. So I'm feeling a little bit light in the brain today. Soft yelling at furniture, yeah. The dog was down here, but she fled as soon as I sat on this stool. She knows that when I sit on this stool, I get shouty, and she doesn't like to hang out. I got a maximum speed for the RC car. It was driving like it was on glass. So I mean, there was still grip issues, and it was throwing one of the wheels off. It was throwing one of the wheels off, and I got some double-sided tape. It's the stuff that Twisded's sister sent in. That Twisted is an IRL friend who also follows along with my stream sometimes. But he's from another state, so I barely ever get to see him. But he sent me this double-sided tape that I used on this thing. It's only 3 millimeters wide, though. Only 3 mil. Well, mil is different from millimeter, which is very confusing, and I wish they hadn't come up with mil as a measurement. Oh, I need to set the commands. That's the one thing that I forgot. So we'll go to Facecam. I don't mind if you guys see this. It's just a hidden admin channel where all we do is judge you guys and talk about you behind your back. Now, we actually... what do you call it? All I do is cut and paste these commands whenever we reissue them. So the next stream is going to be when? Probably Tuesday. Glad you're feeling somewhat okay. I think the blood pressure med should help. Hey, Herr Bothan. Time zones. You always talk about time zones. You're obsessed with the things. October 22nd. When is Halloween? What day is Halloween? I'm going to Google it because I have no shame. What day is Halloween? That's too many E's. Halloweenies. 31st. Okay. Please tell me I'm not streaming that thing. I don't want to do anything for Halloween. I have this paralysis of Halloween. I might even just take the day off for Halloween. Because my evening's another person's morning. I see. It's not the morning here, though. This is the beginning of the afternoon here. I just, look, I don't commit stuff to memory properly. All right, so the next stream is the 22nd. Because the 21st, I have a bunch of appointments that I gotta go to. 15 to 22. 2. There we go. All right, all of the commands are now set. I have now done all of my little things. I have not done my homework, and I'm going to be talking to, what do you call it? Dancing in the Banana Costume. I'm going to be talking to the AutoCAD people on Monday and figure out what this thing is that I've already signed up for. I signed up for the creator program. It's just they have to choose you after that. I don't know. And I have not booted up AutoCAD since then. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what kind of fun I'm going to be in for, which might actually delay projects around here a little bit, just because I need to archive all of my stuff. I did make a physical backup. They're still in the F3D format because you can cache a local copy of your files in the program, and then they have you spelunk all the way down into your app data, and then you can take the F3D files that have been locally backed up in case of an outage, like an internet outage. You can then take those files and then back them up. So I've got a backup. And during the interim time between streams, I have been busy. I have been working. I've been working hard-ish. I've been working hard-ish trying to get my parts libraries up to snuff. And I need a couple more passes. There's a lot of parts in them, and I've removed a lot of the excess. Because back in the day, before we had 3D representations of all the parts, I would just carte blanche, just get as many footprints as I could. And that's the wrong approach. What I need to be doing is personally going into all of the individual parts, like pads, making them nice, making them solderable for me, and then doing the 3D models as well. I've gone through with like a couple passes, and I've made things sort of normalized. But then I need to make, like, for instance, all the text I've been making the same size, just because it lessens the burden on me doing the visuals of the board at the very end of the design. Oh no, you do a smoozy talk about how important a streamer you are. I've got like a couple thousand unique views per session. It's tough though, because it's like I don't know my place on Twitch. I know that a lot of people, a certain level of streamer is annoyed when I talk in their stream, and another certain level of streamer is delighted when I talk in their stream. So if I stick to my lane, I don't bother a lot of people when I'm just watching Twitch. I like Twitch. I like watching, the live content. I think it's a wonderful form of entertainment. I believe in the platform and all that stuff. Although, they continue to do weird stuff and promote bend the rules for certain streamers and stuff like that. It's, the continued shitty behavior of Twitch is not something that I don't see, but I do believe in the platform. I like it. I like it very much. I also am very lazy, which lends to Twitch very well. But yeah, so my YouTube stuff is simply a matter of archival. Matter of archive. I just do it so that I have VODs that persist. But I use AutoCAD so much, I don't know if I am a big hardware streamer. I guess I am. Most of the big guys, the people who have big successful YouTube channels that fund them, took one look at Twitch and went, nah, and then left. So they came in during the pandemic and then they left before the pandemic was over. So doing the kind of 3D content that I do, I don't know, maybe it's pretty big in their eyes. How do I get bigger in their eyes? Yeah, look at the car. The car is just gorgeous. I mean, it's, Italian design. Unfortunately, the real Italian car is not all-wheel drive. It is famously two-wheel drive, but the low-poly sports car looking thing is really awesome. I drove this around a little bit, and a bonus, I put the GPS module into it. I did a little bit of recording. I don't think I've signed up for their app. They have an app where you can view the where you were on a map. But what I was able to do before it put the data into storage, I took a look at what the maximum speed was, and it was 55.2 kilometers per hour, which is about 34 miles an hour. So this thing got up to 34 miles an hour out on the street in front of my house. Yeah, 80s vaporwave driving car dream. That's essentially, it's called, what was it called again? Drive. It's a subset of vaporwave that's a little bit more driven. Believe it or not, the title is right there. It's what's on the tin. Man, under the shell. It's what I did is I used Fusion 360 to make a core and give the outer shell a depth that it didn't have, because this model you can get on Thingiverse and it's printable as just like a toy car. So I had to get rid of all the under stuff in order to make it into a car body. And maybe we'll do this to a model at some point during my, if I get approved for the creator program, which I probably should. If I get approved for the creator program, at some point we can do sort of a rundown on turning an RC car body, turning a 3D model from the internet into an RC car body. Or maybe we can even extract one from a game. I had to redo the tape, the double-sided tape on these wheels, and I'm trying a new tape. So the next time I go out with this thing, I'm going to see if it throws a wheel off and see what kind of speeds I can get up to. Because these tires are the super soft ones. They're super, super soft, which means they're very good at gripping outside with what little weight this thing has to offer. They're so grippy that, in fact, the car can pull out of the wheel, and it can move that wheel fast enough that the tire expands and flies off. So I got to be careful with the acceleration on this thing too. 80s Vaporwave needs a Honda CRX. The fellow who did the visuals, the animated text things here that I need to figure out how to do on my own, my buddy who did these things has a Honda CRX. Oh no, he has a Del Sol. He has a Del Slow, that's right. And he hypermiles it, hence Del Slow. Hypermiling is weird. When many years ago with this friend of mine, we picked up a car in Idaho. No, Indiana. It was Indiana. We picked it up in Indiana, which made us go through Ohio, and naturally I got a speeding ticket as a result of just going through Ohio. It's Ohio, that's how they operate. But at one point in our journey, it was the middle of the night, he's driving, and he's hypermiling to keep himself awake as like a form of entertainment. And I'm trying desperately to stay awake. I'm very bad at missing out on sleep. I'm really, really bad at it, actually. We probably should have just gotten a hotel, but we were kids. So we're driving back, and I suddenly wake up, and I look over at him, and he's barely awake. Hypermiling is when you get the absolute maximum mile per gallon out of your car. And so there are tips and tricks and techniques and stuff to make your car more aerodynamic, to have harder tires so that it glides better, and how to deal with hills and turns and stuff. So you accelerate going downhill so that you build up as much momentum assisted by gravity as possible and let the car coast going uphill. So I wake up and I look over at my friend. The car is barely moving in the middle of the highway. I'm like, what are you doing? And he's like, oh. We kept moving. He was not accelerating as much as he could manage to get as many miles per gallon out of the car as possible. I was talking about this the other day. Gray was a really bad choice for the body, by the way. I need a brighter color on the body because this matches the asphalt outside. Managed to drive a Civic EJ2 at 3.5 liter per 100 kilometer on the Autobahn. Oh, that's badass. That's really cool. Yeah, I wish we had more of these things in the States. It would be cool to be able to get something like that has a nice design to it and do something weird to it. Safety orange. I would rather it be a color that Lancia actually came in. I mean, red, I don't know about red, but white maybe, or I tried green. I showed that off last time. I had to throw away that body. I didn't want it taking up space around here. So I tried green, and green looked okay. But yeah, I don't know what's in store for me when I boot up my copy. I would really like to share all of the parts libraries that I used, because I used those parts libraries not only for designing circuit boards. None of these circuit boards are my design. I have designed not a three-phase motor controller, but like we built a normal motor controller, and we used like an H-bridge motor controller, and we had some very fancy MOSFETs on it, but it just didn't work out. Didn't work quite properly. Houndstooth, that would actually be hilarious. The Lancia Y Delta had nice yellow. I do have a low poly model of a Delta, and that was the alternative for this. I didn't know that the GPS computer would fit in the whatever this is, the Monte Carlo. I didn't know it would fit in here. So I thought I'd have to do the Delta because the Delta is a hot hatch. It's much taller. This is like no longer 1/24th scale. I don't know what scale this is. Yeah, this is a ZOS or something like that, XOSS. The problem is I have to sign up for their stupid mail letter or whatever in order to get data off of it. But this is like a bike computer, and I took it out of its shell. It's pretty nice though. I mean, Oh my God, there's so much commotion going on upstairs. I had a what is it, haddock sandwich for lunch, which consists of a slab of frozen, well, previously served frozen fish leftovers from like a week ago, and I put it on a burger bun, and that was lunch. So I'm probably going to be belching fire. I can't really show this off because we're not moving around. Yeah, you can hit play and it'll start recording stuff, and then you can download your bike ride, I guess, and figure out what all the stats are on that. But all I'm concerned with is getting a GPS maximum speed. I don't know, there may be smaller ones than this, but this one has a nice size to it. As long as I don't have to smell you. I didn't heat up the fish. I didn't microwave the fish. Pro tip, don't microwave fish in an office space. Give me this body. So these little things were on Thingiverse, and they are electrical parts, but they're not going to end up in a library. So I don't know what Fusion 360 is going to think of that. Fusion 360 might not have a very good opinion on my using these things. The laptop screws fit them like perfectly. Look at that. Look at that fit. But I'll have to figure about wiring them up, because one of the pins is going to be ground, and then the other 4 pins that I have available can be lighting and stuff. And so we'll take this model into Fusion 360, and I can build up little headlight clusters of 3 LEDs, and then taillight clusters of another 3 LEDs, so that we can have full head and tail lights. And then because we flashed this remote, even though this doesn't have the greatest range in the world, it's a decent remote, we flashed this with Fly Sky, or whatever the hell it is. That means that I can reassign any button on this thing to do whatever I want. So I could have these trim buttons actually do like brights and flashers and stuff like that. As Scooter once said, how much is... I don't know the song you're talking about. I know Scooter, though. How much is this fish? I do not know. It's cool. I bought it because it's orange. Short Lurker has the nicer version of this, which is a $300 radio. This thing was like 60 bucks. And then this one specifically comes with a foam thing, and I don't like the feel of the foam, so I actually swapped this over from another one of these that I have. I'm unfortunately plagued with too many things. The streamer boy plague. This one has a rechargeable battery, and then I added an FTDI plug to it. A little TXRX that I can plug in down here to reflash the remote. Song name is How Much Is the Fish? Okay, that's out of my purview. I don't know that one. And then I actually added a camera mount to the front. So this is a little snap-on camera. It's like a crinkle arm tripod that I can put my phone in. It didn't really help, though. It didn't help me, because as soon as I was able to record, I ran into a curb with this thing. I wanted to show people how fast this was and get a little video of it, but I probably need to like dust off the GoPro and put it on the curb in order to get footage of this thing, you know, wheeling by. It's fun to drive when it gets to a certain speed. It's just on glass. It just suddenly you lose all control of it because the wheels are spinning too fast on the surface, and it's got too much physics going on. At that point, you can gun it and try to regain control, or you can just let it kind of do its little pirouette and slow down. Wish me luck on the 3D printer not having heat creep. How do you know it heat creeps? Needs weight? I mean, maybe. That's really what they're doing with these. The 1/24th, like the motors are much, they overpower the frame, and I guess they've found that the more heavy the base is, the better you're gonna get better grip and stuff, just because it's pushing, you know, gravity's pushing you down. So they have steel base plates for this that are apparently heavier than the aluminum one that I have, and then the base model is carbon fiber. But I don't know, maybe adding weight will keep it gripped a little better. Printed fine for one to two layers and then stopped. Huh. What are you using to are you not using the tuning guide? Because I've had nothing but great results from the tuning guide. This is not Dave's 303. We're going to be fixing it up today. Assuming that I still have all the parts, I believe that I do. But we'll do a little diagnosis on it too. Electronic 11 sub for 3 months. Hey, that's a 3-month sub. Thank you. I really appreciate you. Flatulent Gonad gave you a shout out to 9 viewers 7 days ago. And then was Chester Willard? Did I thanked him. I remember doing that. But that was 7 days. Yeah, it was 7 days ago. 4 years sub. So yeah, I'm up to date. What's up, Thunder? Electronic 11, thank you so much for the 3 months. Yeah, so I've been a busy bee doing stuff that you guys probably won't be able to see for a little while, which is bolstering my library in Fusion 360. I have an extensive library of parts that I've used in various designs, and they come from various sources, and what I need to do is redo the whole thing, and I've sort of been going through part by part and doing the busy work. This pass that I did over the past 5 days, this pass was me going through and homogenizing all of the markings on everything. Homogenizing the markings, moving pin 1 to the 0 point on the scale, so that when everything goes together, it just all sort of falls together, and then finding 3D models and finding and building 3D models for all of the parts, like pin headers, my special round pin headers, the ones that are actually way easier to source than proper square ones. These guys, where are they? There's some over here somewhere. These guys, these little German round pin headers. They're nice quality. They're 0.1 inch spaced, and they're lower profile than your typical header pins. So I've been using them in a lot of the designs, and if I need to for this thing, for the module tester, I may need to have like 2 boards stapled together, you know, much akin to what they're doing here, but I would use my low profile pins in order to accomplish it. So if I have to do that, which it's looking like I will, unless I go to 4 layers and use JLPCB. JLPCB is a lot cheaper for 4 layers. But yeah, I'll need these parts, and I'll need them to all be good. Because man, that parts library, it's a mess. I took parts from like SparkFun and stuff, and SparkFun had like massive amounts of extra pads for all the different styles that they were experimenting with at the time. And I'm like, I don't need that. I don't want that. I don't want a pin header with offset holes so that it pinches the header in and you can solder it from the other side. Like, that's convenient, but it makes your design look mad, and I just don't like it. So, oh, I see. You're playing with a heat break. I see. Yeah, I went to the Hymeria, I think it is, hot end, the direct drive hot end on the CR10S, and I haven't had to worry about that, because those Hymeria uses whatever that system is where there's no heat break. It's just the whole thing is just like the warp core. You just put that whole cartridge in, and it's your nozzle and your heat break and all that stuff. Yeah, but anyway, so homogenizing all of my parts in Fusion, I've done it. Today is the day that my Fusion 360 copy expires, because I don't have educational credentials anymore. So I don't know what's going to happen when I boot up Fusion. I have made local backups of all of my design files. It's like 6 gigabytes of data is the entirety of my streaming, and I'm like, you know, Fusion, everything was Fusion 360 here. Everything. Like, the Bug Assault, my anti-flying bug weapon, that we bubbed out by giving it a cheap Amazon scope and a vertical foregrip. It has Picatinny rails all over it. I designed all that in Fusion 360. So even the smallest and weirdest of little projects, I wanted to hang a bunch of like stupid furniture on this thing, but it's like, I don't know, it's too much. This thing is just for fun. I used the little, these little like keyways here in order to mount the Picatinny rail thing, and then I angled it so that, because it's shooting salt, the two line up about here. It's not all that efficient of a system. I think maybe putting a laser on it would be kind of funny, but I'm gonna open the door a little, or the window a little bit here. It's getting kind of warm. Waiting on my V6 hot end, so I can put the stealth burner on. Which is the V6? Is that what I have? I forget. I don't remember all this stuff, all these things that you buy. But yeah, I don't know what's going to happen when I boot up that copy, and I guess I'll be talking to the creator program guy on Monday, figure out what's going on there, how that's going to work. V6 is ring mounted. What does that mean? That might be what I have. I don't know if that's what I have. I hope I have all the parts for this. It's cooler than my Nerf gun. I can guarantee you that the Nerf gun is going to be much more effective at killing bugs than the Bug Assault. Especially because you're not salting your house. Like, that may be well and good for carpet, but that salt is going to be on the floor, and I have to clean it up. It's bad. Like, with the Nerf gun, the dart at least will be somewhere. And also, the Bug Assault does not kill spiders. It annoys spiders. It's not good if you find a spider that is the size of your palm and you shoot it with that, and it just looks at you like, I can't believe you've done this, because I've done that and the spider was not pleased. It was a nightmare. So you use the thermal camera to see parts that are broken? Absolutely. Absolutely. It's one of the best diagnostics that you can have. The best quick diagnostics. You know, there's a lot of different thermal camera solutions out there nowadays, but heat is the death of electronics. When something dies, it'll short out. And you see that in the thermals because it's a relative thermal compared to my 98.6-ish degree body. So it's a wonderful diagnostic tool, and that's pretty much the whole purpose of it, is to see how heat propagates into systems and to see stuff that's broken. And it gives us another sense. It gives us another one of the 6 senses in this presentation. Upgrade the Bug Assault to CO2. I don't know how that wouldn't really work, because you still have to cock it. No matter what, you know, you got to cock it in order to get the salt in there. I bet you people have. Let's see. Let's take a look. Bug Assault CO2. Oh no, it's C, not 02. It's CO. Bug Assault Widowmaker. I guess they have new models. They put a foregrip on it on that one for you. Ah, somebody copied all of my work. Shredder CO2 cartridge. No. Reviewing the Bug Assault. New Bug Assault Shredder. Oh boy, it's just going to be advertisements. Bug Assault CO2 mod. Wait, so they have one called the Shredder and it's already CO2 operated. What? Yeah, it takes a CO2 cartridge. How silly. $124? What the fuck? Whoa. Guys. I think you're pushing it. I think you're pushing it a little bit here. I can't believe, because how often do you shoot a bug with mine? How often do I grab mine and shoot like a fly that's in here? During the summer, twice. Is this thing going to hold the CO2 for that long? I don't think so. I guess you have little targets or something, but are they really, they're really going to kill a water bug on the demonstration? I guess that thing would be more effective for the little creepy crawlies, but hot damn. Costs as much as a real gun. $124 is not going to get you a very good gun. It might be able to get you a gun, though. You are correct. Gun-powered bug assault. Well, like those concrete nail drivers or whatever, where you have like a 22 blank loaded up into the thing. Yeah, so I've mostly just been doing like busy work. It seems a lot like busy work, but I've been bolstering up my parts library so that I can dive into the PCB design a little bit more. But since I haven't streamed in a little bit because I've had like life and health thrown at me all at once, things get weird this season. People get really busy around here, and I'm trying to hide, but I ended up getting wrapped up in plans and airport drives and stuff like that. So not only that, but it becomes the end of the month, and then all of a sudden I've got to get all of my prescriptions, and that's like a job in and of itself. So had some interruptions, but I'm back, and I've gotten a lot of work done on my parts libraries, and with a little bit more work, they should iron out properly. I have to see what the effects of dropping down to the free version of Fusion is going to be. I backed everything up, so when I boot it up next, it'll probably yell at me and tell me that I have to archive 500,000 things. Hopefully it doesn't, but we'll just see what happens there. Because I know there's some kind of an exception for Eagle. I'm doing the same. I think I missed a doctor's appointment. Don't miss those. Get to those doctor's appointments. They'll charge you for missing them. And yet you show up and they're like, the doctor's 3 hours late. And you're like, okay, but yet you charge me for missing these. But anyway, so the Fusion stuff, I've got it all physically backed up. There is, apparently in Fusion, there's no way that I know of anyway, and I kind of Googled it a little bit, to export your library with the 3D models. I want to export my library with all the 3D models that I've gathered. I need to give credit to where the 3D models came from. I know some of them are from the manufacturer, some of them are generated from Library.io, and some of them are from GrabCAD. I need to give all the credit where it's due on all that stuff, but and put that in the comments for the parts. It's a bit trying to get life-sustaining meds when you miss the thing. Yeah, well, how about attention span sustaining meds where they all treat you like you're a criminal? I've even had my doctor ask me, what are you doing with these pills? I'm like, bitch, I'm taking them. Like, I put them in my mouth and I swallow them. Like, I'm not selling them if that's what you were implying. God damn. That's why you take an Uno reverse card with you to the doctor. I should be able to charge them if they're late. It's kind of shitty being a general practitioner though these days, so I don't think they need extra shittiness of that nature. What's up, Super Henrik? Yeah, so I did a little bit with the RC car. We got a maximum speed of 34 miles an hour. I think I can increase that because I changed the tape that's taping down the rubber. I might be able to get a little bit faster. I'm not sure. This thing has internally, it has a GPS tracker, a very discreet GPS tracker. No, it's not discreet at all. It's this giant thing sitting right here. But I can get a maximum speed with this. I do kind of wish this thing was like only Bluetooth and a lot smaller. That would be kind of neat. It'd take up a little less weight. I guess extra weight isn't all that much of a disadvantage on this thing. And then eventually when, if I can get sorted out with the creators program in Fusion, we can do a series where we build the headlights into this thing. Yeah, you need thin double-sided tape, and the stuff I used was a type of circuit board double-sided tape. It's a 3mm tape, so I have 3 bands of it on these, and then 2 bands on these. And it was a little bit of fiddly, you know, finger work in order to get that thing in there. But I don't know if it'll stick better. It might. It's really meant for like cell phone screens. GTU 7 modules. I don't know what because I could have gotten any flavor of USB GPS tracker and been like a total creepo. instead I got the bike computer, and the bike computer one's pretty good. It's XOSS, XOSS. So this one's okay. The Gorilla Tape's really thick. Yeah, no, you don't want you want something that it's gonna just hold the rubber on there. And the alternative to what I've already done with the double-sided tape is to use glue. I could just throw little bits of glue down on that thing, and when the tire is gone, so too shall the wheel be. But the problem with that is that 1/24th scale, mini Z scale stuff, everything is $20. You know, a pack of wheels, $15. A set of tires, $20. Like, everything is at that price point, and so it all adds up. We're going to try to fix this 303 today. We'll see how far we can get into it. There's a couple chips that we need to replace. But yeah. Come on. Damn it. Fine, whatever. Yeah, it'll be this thing. I don't know how far we want to take it. If I can get that creators camp thing, creator program, we can do things like hollow out this body, and I can actually print in clear resin the windows, and so you'll have windows that look like windows on the thing. And then I can do headlight clusters with actual lenses. I can have little mounts that go in the front. I don't think I would have a circuit board made, but I could do like a perf board thing on the front for the little clusters of 3 lights, just like one circuit board in each cluster, and then a bunch of wires coming out of it, and then a circuit board and a circuit board. No, I'm not going to do a wheelie yellow. As much as I would love doing a wheelie yellow with this thing is too composed when it's racing around. It doesn't rock around like wheelie yellow does. Wheelie yellow has like an incredible thing going on. It's like beautiful YouTube content. It's everything that I think YouTube should be for. Doing a little series of van life, RC car madness, and just the amount of life that's in that little van that's rocking around on its suspension as he sort of bowls through the northern English countryside. It's amazing. It's so good. Yeah, it's gonna look really cool with lights, and I'll be able to drive it a little later in the evening. I was using purely shadow in order to see this, because it is just about the same color as the asphalt in the neighborhood. So we have incredibly smooth asphalt here, a lot of debris on the road because you know, they haven't gone through with leaf blowers yet. But then yeah, that's the milk truck guy. Yep, that's Wheelie Yellow is an amazing YouTube channel. I really like it. You can go through all the videos in about 20 minutes. And they're still posting, so there's probably going to be one soon. But it's just such refreshing content because it's just so fun. Cool stuff. Another thing I'd love to have help with from Fusion is if I could print out a mask for the windows. But then again, if we have windows that snap in, I don't need to do that. I could just use tape in order to block off the air intake, and then that could get paint, because that's actually supposed to be black, but these are supposed to be like windows. So if I put black dye into the clear resin, I could do smoked windows, but I don't think I want to do smoked windows. I don't want to make it too cool. It needs to be like dorky. This is a thing, making an RC car too cool. It's like, that's just too cool. Just make it dorky. What's your problem? I mean, but half of what I'm doing to this RC car is just because I can, and because it's fun and cool. Like, why do all this stuff to an RC car when I'm just going to bowl it into a curb at 150 miles an hour? But actually, the body really does help. The body is actually kind of crucial on the Mini Z when you have like hundreds of dollars sitting underneath it. Because the kit, remember, we bought the Atom SC2 because I got pissed off at the WL Toys kit. WL Toys kit and my subsequent 3D model was extensive, but all of the tolerances sort of built up over time to the point where everything was wrong, and I don't know why. I just got like the CAD madness eventually with it. So instead, I decided to, you know, have a knee-jerk reaction, and I bought a professional RC car frame, which is this Atom SZ2. We then modified it, again using Fusion 360, by making a bunch of stand-in circuit boards for these guys and redesigning the sort of center brace of the RC car. Because I don't know how much work the center brace is really doing in this thing. I don't think this is going to be pancaking very much because it's pretty thick aluminum. So instead, I 3D printed the entire thing. We put all the electronics on it. Then recently, I found these magnetic pogo pin adapters. And so we've got to kind of bring those into fruition here. I just kind of very quickly extruded some mounts for them, and then extruded those mounts onto a car body that I've been working on for a while. And so that holds everything together and allows us to have electrical connections to the outer body, to the outer shell. And these hold really well. I'm actually pretty impressed with that. So, boy, if I had an editor, I could edit that into a series of videos, I guess. Mostly I've been working on this one in the background, though. This one has been sort of partially a personal project because I've wanted to learn how to do this stuff. And so we can come back to it all, and I can do videos about the process, and we can maybe take a different example. Although the Monte Carlo, the Lancium, specifically the one that they made 200 of back in the, what was it, the 70s? And one, what was it? Something won the legendary rally with a rear-wheel drive car. Anyway, whatever. I'm losing all the facts. My brain is leaking out of my ears. I haven't streamed in a little while. my mental faculties is just a skeleton crew. All right, we should get going. It's not that we have a lot to do, but we do have a procedure to do. So I'm gonna put this thing up here where it won't distract me. It'll just be way in the foreground of my face shot. And I guess that's okay. Let's get the music out of here. Bump, 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 bump. We're gonna save that for if I have to go to the bathroom. Let's see, we have Twitch chat and we have YouTube chat, and everything is rolling away. I am technically posting a video on YouTube, and hopefully we'll figure out, I gotta talk to the guy and figure out whether or not this counts as a Fusion 360 video if I use Fusion 360 on stream. I think that'll count for my monthly obligation, but I gotta clarify the details of that because yeah, we use Fusion a lot here, and I would very much like to feature it. Oh yeah, one thing I didn't mention, the front of the car, it's a little bit above the bumper that I have, so I could probably modify that part. The Mini Zs have a little like riser that goes on the front, and this basically goes into a slot on the front bumper, but this also lifts up. So that's just how they are, I guess. But this is it's not that big of a deal though. When you're viewing it anywhere else, it looks fine. Yeah, hi, I'm back. I've been busy. I've been busy with all kinds of stuff that is not stream. And I need to stream because I haven't this week. It starts to kind of loom over your head. You're like, I really need to figure out what to do for a stream this week. What we're gonna do is we're gonna work on a project that I told somebody that I'd work on. What's your question? A project that I told somebody that I'd work on, and that is fixing an M-303. Now, everybody here is overly familiar with the M-303 because we have been doing a lot of work to get Dave's synthesizer fixed. Dave's synthesizer led us down a spiraling path. We kind of a spiral of destruction as we moved into more and more complicated things. I've repaired a couple things on Dave's synth. I hooked it up so that we could have the circuit board be connected in such a manner that I could actually work with it. We've taken pictures of this circuit board and reverse engineered all of the connections. It's a fairly complicated little beast, but it is only a 2-layer circuit board, so it's right up my wheelhouse in terms of reverse engineering IEDs. We would deal with stuff on this level all the time. So taking pictures of the circuit board, putting it together in your favorite flavor of image manipulation software. Mine happens to be GIMP, because I like to flog the GIMP. Why do they call it GIMP? If they really want to make it into the professional space, I really wish they would rename that piece of software. But anyway, I put it in GIMP because you can manipulate multiple layers of images in GIMP. And I famously made the entire livery for my Summer Car in GIMP. And I had folders on layers and stuff like that. It was kind of amazing. So I am well versed in the GNU image manipulation. All we did with this, though, is line up all the different microscope pictures I took of the PCB with the bottom layer mirrored or flipped or whatever. You flip the bottom layer and then you overlay it, and then you have a system by which you can view through the circuit board. And I traced all the lines on this thing, and I had been building back all of the different components of this thing, all the different schematic designs in here. Because this thing, the 303, the legendary Roland TB303, is a known thing. You can go and you can find the schematic for a TB303. It's not hard to do. There's repair manuals. This is not a TB303. This is designed with more modern, more sourceable parts to be exactly like a TB303. So there's little differences. And so I had been following the TB303 schematic and rebuilding the schematic for this thing. And I've gotten most of the way through it. I need to work on it again. All this stuff starts kind of trickling into other projects because this got me in such a tizzy. You know, we did the replacements that we were supposed to, and then it still didn't work. And I kept giving it back to Dave, and Dave kept giving it back to me, saying that it's broken. I feel like I need to take all the chips off of this thing and then put them all back on, because something else is wrong and I don't know what it is. But anyway, so we've been getting through that, and then something snapped in my brain, and I said, listen, I can't keep giving this back to Dave. I need to be able to know that a synthesizer works in my shop before I give it back to the customer. So what we had been building was a synthesizer testing module. And so that's what this is. This is going to be the module tester. It has 6 general purpose IOs on it. This is going to become a massive software project. It's going to become a massive PCB design project as well. I kind of got annoyed using perf board, and sort of the sloppiness of it is getting to me. You know, we do stuff visually here, and we put together the circuit for the LEDs to sense everything, and they barely worked. Like one of my chips is dead, I think. It's just it got under my skin. A lot of the stuff we do here are, you know, projects on the internet, and they're designed to kind of ooh and ah and fill you guys with a sense of wonder. But you know, I kind of snapped. So I'm going to design a circuit board for this, right? And I'll take you guys along that journey with me. It'll be a lot of fun. I can go over the stuff that it takes to put together a circuit board. It's not that hard to build a circuit board. There are some little institutional knowledge kind of things that you got to know about how electrons are flying around on a PCB. But other than that, I mean, anyone can build a circuit board. It's the fun part of the design. Yeah, exactly. You can, you know, look, I'm the captain at the helm of this entire stream, and I can do whatever I want, but I am beholden to making entertaining projects entertaining. You know, I got to keep it fun. So yeah, Dave's module we're putting aside. It is, however, living on our power supply. Maybe I'll take the other part of it off, and we're gonna get a little bin. Actually, I don't know if I have a little bin. Maybe we'll just use this. And I'm gonna put all the parts on this thing and keep them together, because this is not my synthesizer. It is not my friend's synthesizer. This is a completely separate synthesizer. So this project is still ongoing, and we will come back to it. I am working on making parts in Fusion 360. It's going to make authoring this board a little bit easier. The library part, the library management part of Fusion 360 and Eagle, which is what I started with, is fairly complicated, and it's eclectic. It's got weird things that it does that are counterintuitive, and you need to learn kind of how to work with the sort of tree system that they put together. And I would love to go over that with you guys, but I think I've had many streams that do that. And I'm going to wait until the video counts towards my my copy of Fusion. But what we can do in the meantime is work on fixing this other person's synthesizer. Now, the M-303 has foibles. It is a strange module. It is not a strange module from the front. Acid Labs has a particular design, and they stick with that design throughout the modules that you put together in like a cluster, and those modules are designed to work with each other. You see, modular synthesizers have not always been as homogeneous in design as you would think. They came from a bunch of different designs, and everybody kind of decided to steer in a certain direction, right? So eventually, we get sort of the homogeny, I'm using that word too much, the homogeny of using 12 volts on all of the things and having a 10-pin connector with a standard pin out, having Donkey Kong connectors holding on a front panel. Those kinds of things were not originally standardized with these modules. And so Acid Labs put together their system, and they decided to daisy chain their modules together. Now, these do follow somewhat of a standard pinout, but they added a couple pins to it. So this is not a 10-pin connector. It's got extra pins on it. Those extra pins are other control voltages, because in a modular synthesizer, you actually, on the older standard, you have negative 12 volts, ground, 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 positive 12 volts, 5 volts, and then above that, any other pins are control voltages that you can internally route. Good day. Oh no. Mystical rock hounding is here. Party's over. Everybody go home. Business in the front, party in the back. Well, okay, so with Acid Labs, what they have is this thick IDC connector that daisy chains all the modules together. So you go down the line and everybody gets power, and then if you want, you can internally route. You can say, I want to internally route that signal. Click a switch, and then it'll put it onto the internal routing, and then you can tell another module, I want to get that one from the internal rail. So like that's all well and good for like 1 or 2 CVs or like a rhythm if you have it, but it shouldn't be necessary on modular synthesizers. So Acid Labs includes an adapter that will get you to the 10-pin, well, this is the more pins. This is the one with 5 volts and everything on it. But it'll get you to the standard power supply IDC rail. The problem is, in order to access that, the way you are supposed to plug this in is with pin 1, the stripe pin as they call it in modular synthesizers. This pin 1 is supposed to be negative 12 volts. In order to plug this thing in and have this go to negative 12 volts, they need a special IDC connector. Because if you plug this thing in, usually an IDC connector will block these edge pins. IDC is 1 pin beyond. That way it prevents you from plugging something in that shouldn't be plugged in. And then 3M came along and went, hey, why should we prevent you from plugging this in wrong? This is just a dangerous, oh God, the microscope isn't, hold on, I need to prime this. Oh dear God. Hold on, let me just, C920, FPS is going to go to 30. Click OK. Properties, oh my God. Do not adjust your television set. This is the cable that has ascended. It is a being of pure light. Oh God, I just deactivated and activated it. That was the wrong thing to do. Configure video, and then let's take, the gain is up at 200. Oh my God, take down that gain. Mr. Gorbachev. All right, hey, what's up, Proteus? All right, take that to -5. Oh, that's much better. Don't autofocus. Let's not do a low light comp. Let's hit apply. Go back to this one. Pull the gain up just a little. And then hit the automatic button for the microscope. That's going to put all my settings back in. Bada bing. How's the frame rate? Yeah, that's good. Okay, cool. So yeah, the 3M then came along and said, hey, IDC cables were too good at what they do. They had a nice center keyway, and they couldn't be plugged in a weird way. So why don't we undo all of that positiveness? And for some reason, Acid Labs decided that that was awesome and they should do that. Yeah, let's just get this. What they should have done is provided you with an adapter cable which did not have the ability to plug in everywhere. It just only had a certain amount of IDC installed in it. You don't have to install the full thing of insulation displacement. You can install only a couple strands and leave the other ones hanging. And that way you retain your keyway on this thing. That keyway is really important. And also, it doesn't let you plug it in wrong. You can't plug it in wrong. You could plug it in reverse, and you can obviously put protections on the voltage lines in order to prevent damage. Acid Labs did none of that. What they decided to do was, without any documentation on the board, none. Let's go, hold on, let's go to the clip. Let's make sure. Zero documentation. Nothing. But oh bother, sometimes it's tough to put markings on boards. You might not have a bottom layer silkscreen. No, you might not always have a bottom layer silkscreen, but they did. But oh bother, it's tough. Without a silkscreen, putting text onto the copper layer can get weird, and you might not have that capability of, oh, they even put a smiley face as if to make fun of you. They should have marked stripe or -12 or something. Again, positive example on mutable instruments. There is your marking for red stripe. There is your marking for all of the individual voltages. This is very difficult to get wrong. Even if you install your plugin backwards, you go, oh, I messed up, because the silkscreen is right there. And on top of that, this one features protection diodes. You can put Schottky diodes, which have a very low voltage drop. And remember, we're doing stuff with audio here, so we're not like moving motors and we're not doing work. We're not doing work with these circuit elements. We're hanging out. We're catching a vibe, you know? So these things don't use up a lot of electricity. So you can get away with entry-level Schottky diodes in a very small surface mount package. And those Schottky diodes will drop your -12 volts and your +12 volts by 0.01 volt. So, oh no, we have 11.9 volts coming into this thing. Well, a lot of these things are 3 volts. Not in this one, but a lot of these things are 3 volts. And this one in particular, actually, this one uses, I believe, CMOS level. It's like back at like 5 volts would be some of the chip levels on this thing. So a lot of the digital modules nowadays actually have a voltage regulator as like one of the first stops for your 12 volts. So positive to -12 volts, you're putting into like a TLO72, you know, your typical low noise audio frequency compatible operational amplifier, which those run from like 15 volts all the way down to like 6. So you're giving them, you're not losing a lot with those diodes in there. And those diodes prevent my musician friends from plugging in all the equipment backwards, because they do this constantly. I've had to repair things for Julian. We had a Erica Synths effects module that used an AT-Tiny compatible microcontroller and like a bespoke ASIC that was an SFX ASIC. And I reverse engineered the damn thing. I actually got a hex file in the end and put a hex file back in, but I reverse engineered that software and programmed my own to do exactly what that thing did. And then at the 11th hour, I was able to get a hex file from the chip, which meant all that programming was lost. It was for nothing. But I emailed Erica Synths about it and didn't get anything back. So I had to reverse engineer that software. That one was swept under the carpet. I was proud of that work that didn't come to fruition. But anyway, so yeah, mutable instruments, or sorry, not mutable instruments. The Acid Labs decided that they would give you an unkeyed, goes anywhere IDC connector. Multiple different safety systems that are common in these things just broke away. Modular synthesizers are not as homogeneous in their design as you would think. The further back you go, the more crazy things are. People have sort of settled on their own standards at this point. So they had a system where you would chain the IDC connectors together, and in order to sell it to people with normal Eurorack systems, because Eurorack is another standard within modular synthesizers, there's multiple different standards. I happen to be doing Eurorack. Yeah, they did it dirty and gave you basically the keys to an ICBM, and so you can plug this thing in any way you want, and so people did, and so these things broke with such regularity that you can go onto the internet and you can look for a GIF image that is basically a plan of what you're supposed to do in case it explodes, and that is replace several different parts on this board. So that's what we're going to do today. See, none of these are the right way. How are you supposed to plug it in, bother, you ask? Well, this stripe is the first row, which means these 2 pins here are the first row. So in fact, this one I would have to plug in like this, but actually I think we're supposed to plug in this one with the stripe, and we plug it in so that pin 1 goes to -12. So it's actually like this. So you're offset by 2 pins, but it looks like you're offset by 1 pin because 1 pin overhangs. But that overhang is not an electrical pin. It's just... So apparently this is how you're supposed to plug it in. This is the way you're supposed to do. I remember in the old days you used to write a name of subscriber with a laser or something. Yeah, we're gonna get back to that. That's over here on the wall. That's the new system that we have extensive 3D models of. I've been doing a lot of designing of solids and 3D printing in order to kind of put my best foot forward on that one. And we will get that back. We'll get that back. That plug still makes me angry. It flies in the face of every sort of good design practice. Okay, so this is not Dave's module. This is a module that was sent in to me, and we have to repair it. Now, let me open up that image. I've got it in Discord. Let me open up the very common blowed up Fix-a-majig. There it is. Browser. So this is on Ibco. What? Wait, what did this open in? Is this in? What is this in? Hold on. Oh, for some reason I couldn't drag it into my other. Oh, because it opened on a different account. I see what's going on. All right, this one there. Open that up. And then we need to go to this view. No, this view. So this is all we've got. It's just this GIF image that's on Ibco, whatever. Should be because it's very cool. Yeah, listen, it's been a thing and I burnt out on it pretty hard. You know, crash and burn on sort of the things that I've been working on. So I came back to it for a little while and burnt out again. So, you know, I just need to work on it. Okay. So the way that these circuits create oscillations is by pitting transistors against one another, and that creates a nice smooth wave. These are sort of known ways to do things within modular synthesizers. Have transistors in various configurations doing this kind of stuff. Very basic stuff to do. It's what gives the 303 its signature sound. And so they faithfully recreated it, but instead of using a singular matched pair transistor, they used an RF device, which is sort of the successor to those match pair transistors. Match pair transistors are becoming less relevant for stuff because we're not doing things as analog as we used to, with good reason, because we've got, you know, voltage stabilized and really advanced oscillators nowadays, and these parts sort of fall into what am I calling obsolescence. So they're getting harder to find. And so even these parts in this thing are actually kind of expensive and hard to find. It's a lot of the time with these transistors, like, it doesn't necessarily become unfindable. You can find the part, but it's going to be expensive. And you can't really buy them in massive quantities. But anyway, with this thing, it's this Darlington array, I believe. Is it Darlington? It says Darlington up there. That sort of gets blowed up pretty much instantaneously when you plug it in wrong. And this family of parts, everything that's circled on this diagram here of the board, we need to pull out and replace. I've got a couple of them, but we'll have to see what goes on when we do replace them. And if the user that sent this in broke it in any kind of a unique way, this might not fix it. But we have a nice little opportunity here to do a full repair on one that I haven't ruined. The one that came from Dave, I didn't have this piece of information. I didn't have this GIF diagram that gives us exactly what we need to replace. I did not have that. And so I had been doing all kinds of different tests to see what voltages were running around on the board. And in doing so, the unfortunate thing about this module, in yet another piece of just absolutely galaxy-brained design, is that these two headers, ST1 and ST2, on these two parts of the board are symmetrical. If you turn it 180 degrees, you can plug that in. And I did. And it broke a lot of unique stuff that I now need to hunt down on this board. I'm sorry, Dave. I've failed you. But hold on, I'm gonna cough. I plugged this thing in wrong. If you actually, they're not totally symmetrical. So if you do flip it 180 degrees and plug it in, the two circuit boards don't line up. So we're gonna have to be really careful to check that as we move through this. I'm not gonna be able to use probes on any part of this board because we're not gonna move those header pins to the other side like we did with Dave's. With Dave's, I broke it in a completely unique way. After he had already broken it by plugging it in wrong, we could have fixed it if I had known this ahead of time. This is the piece of information that sort of tides me over. And it's why I was confident in saying, you know, yeah, send your module in, we'll take a look at it, because I now have a piece of internal information about how these things break. So I also love my field effect transistors. You would. It's like how dentures are made. Yeah, so we know the parts that we need to replace. It's the stuff that is circled in red, and it is primarily around this area of the board. All right, so let's get to work. First, we'll remove all the broken stuff. So in order to work on the 303, obviously I'm getting all the plastic out of here. We're gonna be using hot air. We use hot air because that's the most civilized way to remove parts from something like this. Now, this is not my cable, it's not my board, so all the parts for this thing are gonna go in their own separate area, and I'm gonna keep them together until we're done. And we're gonna try this fix today, and if it doesn't work, I don't know what to do. Cry, have a little cry to myself, because for some reason I've never been able to fix one of these things fully. Luckily, the design for this thing is very basic. They're using some very common parts. It could have been a little bit more friendly, but they don't have to make it friendly. They're not out here to make a repairable object. I just really wish they had labeled this thing so that I could be angrier at my friends for getting it wrong. As it is currently, I cannot fault them in any way for plugging this thing in wrong, because the only place, and especially if you get one of these secondhand, nobody's going to tell you how to plug this thing in properly. You have to look it up on a forum. And so I'm guessing a lot of the assumptions revolve around just plugging this thing in straight up into it like that. And so you've got an offset, you're grounding your positive 12, you're putting 12 volts into 5 volts, and then you're grounding your negative 12. Although this thing doesn't necessarily use the 5 volts. I think you can cut the 5 volts off over here. I forget what they're doing with the 5 volts. Should look that up. I don't think they're using it. All right, so those 4 screws, we can now separate this thing from the backing. The thing that I fear is actually tuning this, though. Would it help to cut the exterior pins? I don't like doing that with this type of chip. These little guys right here. Now, keep in mind, Acid Labs also had this coming. They scratched off the identity of their chips, which is not something we take kindly to here. Looks like using fairly expensive, they look like polymer capacitors on the transistor ladder filter. Yeah, they sanded off their chips. Okay, so we have a clear winner for what is broken. Look at that little moisture spot sitting on this chip. What's that doing there? Clearly a buildup of heat caused some kind of issue with that. But we've got several chips that we have to replace here, considering how this thing was plugged in. And several resistors. That one there. Okay. But yeah, so cutting the exterior pins, I have to assume that you're talking about replacing one of these guys. One of the methods for replacing ICs in through-hole is to cut the exterior pins. Oh, or do you mean on the power supply? I wouldn't want to modify a $300 device. I think one of the ways, like if this were mine, I would be scratching up the power input traces and putting Darlingtons on them. Not Darlingtons, scratching up the power input pins and then mounting Schottky diodes to them, barrier diodes to protect it from weird current flows. And then I would probably desolder the whole plug
and put something in with a shroud. Just to put something in with a shroud. I'm not using those internal routing things. I would put in something like this. You know, this can just sit in that footprint. And in fact, they could have done that too. It's not like there wasn't room. Look at all this space right here. I mean, it's a little bit more compact, but I think you could maybe rearrange things a little bit. This isn't as compact as it could be. You could just kind of scooch all these guys to the left there a little bit and just make a little bit of room for a shrouded connector. You could have your tooth like this, and then you could have a shrouded connector right there. Yeah, it definitely, like, bare minimum on a keyed housing, but it's what they decided to do, and I guess that it became such a common repair that I now have something from just the regular old internet that tells me what I need to fix on this thing. All right, so we're setting up for hot air. So this and this go aside. I'm going to put this over in a safe spot over here. And then let's get mutables out of the way. I could put down a silicon mat, but I'm not going to do that. What we're going to do is just put it on top of a big vise, and that'll give me a little separation from the table. So big vise. And this can't really get crunched into the big vise, so I'm going to have to just have a light touch on it, because I can't mount it to the vise. I could put a piece of Kapton tape just right across the whole thing. I guess I'll do that. I'll do that, because I keep talking about doing that, and I never actually do that. Where's my tape? What did you guys do with my tape? Where did you put it? We're gonna do a like a Blue's Clues, Dora the Explorer kind of thing. Where's the tape? Do you see it? It's there. I don't see it. Here it is. I didn't miss my doctor's appointment. It's next week. All right, good on you. Put a big sticky note on your forehead so you don't forget. Yeah, I have a doctor's appointment on Monday, and then I have to call the AutoCAD people, try to see if I'm going to be a bum or if I'm going to actually have like a good copy. I might end up being a bum and having to deal with my free copy. Stab, stab, stab. Eh. There we go. So yeah, no shame. Bonk. There it is. That's all it takes. Look at how stable that is. So, all right. So I'm going to be using hot air. We're going to be using the microscope to give us a better view. I don't think I need super duper long tweezers. I think I could just use these, although my fingies get kind of toasty when I do that. I have super long tweezers, but yeah, I don't know. The longer the tweezers are, you get the tendency for the tweezer to do that. The two prongs can be very easily manipulated in the axis that you don't want them to. And so if you're grabbing something very small, it can go foink, and it basically flings it at 1,000,000 miles an hour in any direction, spinning. I use the Louis Rossmann Special Hot Air Station. This was not recommended to me. This was not sponsored. This was given to me by chat operating independently. They decided to grab this thing. Love my new Pelican build tweezers, curved or whatever. These are sort of my bread and butter. These are just the round-tipped, generic, electronics tweezers. These are nothing too special, but they're like a second set of hands for me. They work really well for my purposes. But yeah, the big wide grips keep them from sliding against one another. I have several pairs. Okay, so first things first. N24. N24 is the CA3086. It's a VCO and a chip, basically, I guess. I've got to be careful around here because there's these local potentiometers, these tuning potentiometers, are going to melt if I'm not careful. Actually, we should check to see that we have a CA3806 on hand. Let's just check here. I've got a bunch of these parts that I haven't yet put into the bins. Have not yet put into the bins. These are SMD resistors. But what is that thing? There's like a metal thing in there. Oh, weird. Oh, it's like an extra thing that they tape on. Oh, weird. Oh, these are the 24.9 kilo ohm ones. These are the special ones for mutable instruments. That's not a part that goes into here. I think these are all the synth parts. Let's see which one's which. Might be down to my lasts. That is 3046, not 3806. HFA 3046BZ. That might be an equivalent, though. We'll have to look up the part and figure out what it is. Or something or other. 40 CD 4106. That's N30 4106. Was that a, did I just see an animation go by? Hold on. That would be Q25. No, N30. It's this one here. So we have that one in abundance. This one is LM3046. This is LM versus CA. I'm not sure if LM3046 is applicable. I think it's okay, but thank you for streaming today. Hey, no problem. I needed to do it because I haven't streamed in like 8 days. What the hell is this one? LM13700. Okay, so that's not, I think the LM13700 is in this design. I think it's like that one or maybe this one down here. It might be this one. This might be an LM13700, but we're not repairing this part of the circuit. We're just doing this stuff up here, so we may not need that. Okay, so I have an LM whatever. LM whatever. Yeah, the new blood pressure medication, I probably should have taken a little time off to acclimate to it, but I think I'll be okay. I'm not lightheaded, but I'm like on the cusp of being lightheaded. I got to get used to not having a water jet blood delivery system. You know, I can puncture my finger and cut rock. Slice a cell phone in half with my blood. All right, so I'm putting up a little wall of Kapton tape, and that's just going to provide me with a heat barrier. All that is just a little bit of separation from all the heat of the hot air soldering iron. And it's not really going to do much. If I wander in the wrong direction, I could potentially end up applying too much heat to the plastic part of these potentiometers. I have a feeling those things have a pretty good tolerance to heat, but they're still not really going to hold a candle to 500 degrees Celsius. So let us go ahead and get the hot air going, and I'm going to angle this thing again. As you can see on the little side windows, you can see how I angle things in order to take advantage of how my hands are going to fall down on the table. So I'm trying to mitigate the shakiness of my hands. I think my hands are rock solid right now, though. A little tiny bit of shake. Mitigate the shakiness of my hands by anchoring my arms and my wrists and the pads of my palm to the stuff that's surrounding us. And with this repair procedure, we have to do all of this in one go. Otherwise, the broken parts can break their friends. Screwdriver out of the way. Anything plastic on the workbench I got to look out for, be aware of. Those should survive. They should be far enough away. And then keeping this on camera, I'm coming in from over here. And what I need to do is put a finger in the tweezers and actually spread them out just a little bit, because these tweezers don't fit the IC package. If I push my finger into it a little bit, I can spread them out a little further and get very light grip on this chip. The thing is, these surface mount pads do not have a via associated with them. Vias, if you guys are familiar, A via is a hole in the circuit board that carries a signal to the other side of the board. In a two-layer circuit board, you see a lot of these things sitting around like this with traces coming out of them, traces that lead to other stuff in the circuit. With a four-layer circuit board, you'll sometimes see vias and there will be no traces coming out of them. And oftentimes those are for internal routing. Then over on ground planes, which we don't have a comprehensive ground plane on this side of the board, so I can't show you it. On ground planes, you have a bunch of vias in there in order to staple the top ground plane to the bottom ground plane. But yeah, on this board, we've got a lot of these little vias running around. With through-hole parts, these vias become like rivets, and the parts are held on extremely strongly. The strength of a surface mount circuit board is that your parts can't like wiggle. They're sort of glued to the surface of the board, but that is only as strong as whatever the bonding of the copper is to the fiberglass substrate. So when you're removing a part like an IC like this, you have a lot of these flat pads that are sitting right up against the board. And so these flat pads are only held on as well as the surface area of the pad adheres to the fiberglass. You're adding to that equation about 500 degrees Celsius air, and so that can break the bond and lift up the pad, especially if it's a non-connected pad. If there's nothing else on this pad, you know, you've got that little trace coming out of the front giving you a little bit more anchoring. A really strong pad is one that has a via right next to it, because the via acts like a rivet and it like really holds things together. So if I'm heating this thing up with hot air, it can heat unevenly, and if one of these stays solid just a bit longer, all the force that I'm putting into lifting this chip will lift that pad. I've had times where I've had to like reconstruct pads on these things. Now, if it's a no connect on a pad, it's not the end of the world, and it does happen periodically with reworking and boards like this, but you know, I just kind of want to avoid it. So what I'm doing when I'm removing the part is I am not forcing it anywhere. You're a non-connected pad. How dare you, Flatulent Gonad? How dare you shout me out to your viewers the other day? If you guys don't know, Flatulent Gonad streams, and god damn it, he needs a larger audience. He doesn't want a larger audience, though. He's humble like that. I took the RC car, by the way, to maximum speed. I got the body fitted on it with these little magnetic pogo pins. So, magnetic pogo pins, pretty cool. The GPS fits in. I did de-skin the GPS, though. I skinned it just so that it would fit in a little better. But these little magnetic pogo pins mean that I'll have connections to things on the outer shell. So if I can get my creator's copy of Fusion, I can make little bungalows for headlights and taillights. So it'll be 4 circuit boards with 3 LEDs on each. That'll be the tail light lights and the headlight lights. And hopefully we can put glass on it so that it looks good. But this thing is not, I was saying earlier to Weaselbox, that unlike Wheelie Yellow, this thing is way too poised. It doesn't have all that life to it where it's like rattling around. So anyway, that's the maximum speed that I was able to clock with this thing, 55.2 kph. So about 34 miles an hour. I'm gonna sneeze. That's why I'm dawdling. Okay, that was a dad sneeze. So I just screamed at the top of my lungs. Name was already taken on here. That's okay. We get some weird names, and it's fun. They're fun. Okay, let's do hot air. So let's get this chip out of here. Let's get this chip out of here. I'm starting to lose my voice again. Damn it. I got scratchy voice. I got lightheadedness. I'm a mess. The bags under my eyes have bags under my eyes. I think I'm gonna go to bed early tonight. Fun handles. That's not bags under your eyes. Fun handles. All right. So what I'm doing is I'm starting like an inch or two from the board and just generally heating up everything in the area. You can do a lot of damage to a circuit board if you drop in with a lot of heat suddenly. Obviously, soldering is that, but hot air can be especially stressful to a circuit board because you're dropping in all this heat very suddenly. We did not put down flux. I think we can go fluxless on this. You know what? No, this might be glued. Actually, I don't think it's glued, but it might be. So what we do is we put down flux. Oh, I see what you're talking about. fun handles on names, or like Triple X Slayer, Triple X. Okay. Sorry, I'm going in 3 directions at once right now. So this is Tachyflux. I have no idea what brand. I've had it forever. I am not Louis Rossmann. I'm not drinking this material. This stuff is nasty and dangerous and sticky and gross. So Tachyflux, named for its tackiness in both use and stiction. I'm just putting a little tiny bit of flux on these pins. Just a little bit. Just a little tiny bit of flux. Now this has already been heated up, so the Tachyflux is immediately melting in. Its job is to become a barrier from oxygen to the chip. It is blocking oxygen from getting onto those solder pads, not the chip, the pads, onto the solder on the pads. And so in doing so, it also promotes heat. It holds the heat in. It allows it to distribute through its medium. And it keeps things nice and clean. How'd you find out what those scratched ICs were? Well, okay, so at first, we actually did CSI Oh Bother, and I can show you in a minute. I have it in my downloads folder. There's an image. Yeah, it prevents it from oxidizing as well. We actually did an image overlay of the scratched out IC. And you can see here that it's been scratched by hand, which means I had a less complete scratch. And we were able to actually relate it directly to the part. We were able to read the part number off of the chip. Now, this isn't, again, you guys see my bio. I have worked with IEDs before, IED electronics. And so this is a practice that is not unfamiliar to me. All right, I'm moving in with the heat now. Now that I've heated the general area, I'm moving in with the hot air gun, and I'm getting a little closer with this heat. My hand is feeling it. I probably should have used long tweezers. But I'm doing this until I feel relatively comfortable moving the chip. And I don't want to force the chip to move before it's time. I want all those pads molten. There we go. And just a gentle lift, and it's out. So I'm going to put this on the metal of the vise because this chip is still boiling hot. So when we were looking for that chip, there's a couple ways to figure out what an unknown chip is. One is to obtain the repair manual and have it told to you directly. But if we didn't have this piece of information, the place to start is where power goes into the chip. Where is power being fed into this chip? So you start with your positive voltage or your negative voltage in this case, and you trace it out and figure out what pin that voltage is coming in on. So the CD 3046, the general purpose NPN transistor array, does not have a power pin, which threw me for a loop. Wait a minute, this doesn't have a power pin. What is this? So with that information and not knowing where power was coming in on this thing, we were able to sort of narrow down some of the functionality of it. Getting the circuit components that surround it is another way to do it. If this were like an op amp, we would know that the power's coming in on those like pin 4 and pin 11 would be where power would be. So that's one way to do it, right? And it's not a definitive way. The other way that we did it was, amalgamating all the different information that we had. So one of the other pieces of information that we had was the markings on the top. So where did that go? There's a GIF. Oh no, you know what? It's like a movie. That's not what I'm looking for. The strange things in my downloads folder. We also have a very similar schematic in this is the MC-303, that shouldn't even be in there, in the TB-303. So we're able to kind of say, oh, this is sort of like that, but here's, let's see, 4046 VCO, no, that's not right. I'm gonna do it by, not by date, hold on, do it by type. Short Lurker put together this little video of the two overlaid on top of one another, because we took an image of the top of the chip and we put it into my image manipulation suite, which is GIMP, and we were able to, where is that file? Fucking file, where'd you go? we were able to figure out what it was. Man, I gotta clean out this folder. Not JPEG. Not that one. Flip. Yeah. So what was visible on the chip was the following, right? That's it's a screenshot from OBS, so ignore the red outline is just an overlay element. This is what mine looked like, what Dave's looked like. And we did some light image manipulation. We were able to get some of the part number. It wasn't until chat went through and they found the exact part number from National Instruments with the same exact font. And so they found LM3046. So in spite of the fact that the image that we have for the plan, which is this thing, says CD3086, we found out that this was an LM3046. Huh. 3086. CA3086. Hold on, I'm gonna look that up real quick. Yeah, that was where I looked it up. CA3086. UC Davis. General purpose NPN. That's what this is. General purpose NPN. Pin 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that tracks. Okay, that's the same thing. Yeah, 3 would be the center pin. 3 center pin, then that, and then you have 1 on the end. Yep, okay. So yeah, they're the same thing. The differential pairs on the other side. Well, but the weird thing is, like, when we reverse engineered... Hold on a second. It's just the diagram is flipped. But which ones are the differential? Yeah, I think they should all be supermatched, right? 3 isolated transistor and 1 differentially connected transistor pair. Differentially connected. 5 general purpose silicon NPN transistors on a common monolithic substrate. 2 of the transistors are internally connected to form a differentially connected pair. Transistors of CD3086, well suited to a wide variety of applications. I think they're all supermatched. It's just the craziness of this whole array thing. God, this is an old data sheet. I hate the photocopied data sheets. They're very annoying. Sometimes you get a photocopied data sheet where you can actually highlight the numbers and stuff and the letters because they like intelligently scanned it in. But sometimes you get, you know, things leaning over to the side, like hand-drawn diagrams. It's the same pinout. No. This is pin 1 over here. So pin 1's right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Differential pair. Then 6 goes to the sort of end cap one. 6 to the end cap one. 7, 8. 7, 8. Then 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And then there's like a nose hair on this one, which this one doesn't have. This one doesn't have a nose hair on it. But I don't know how crucial the nose hair is to the operation of the transistor array. Yeah, in these old data sheets, especially, like, there were no standards. Apparently, just like with modular synthesizers, eventually everybody kind of came upon standards where they put the electrical min-max tables at the top and everything. In these, the diagrams, these old ones, the diagrams were just like Ted's drawing of the chip. You know, this is RCA, so they happen to have like a photo booth to take the picture in, where it looks like it's on the surface of the sun, and the shading is all terrible. And so they just sort of cut out with an X-Acto knife RCA on top of the chip. And then the diagram that they put in, they did their best, and nothing is standard. Hey, can I get that sticky note that you drew the pinout on? And these are like major industrial suppliers too. They're building like hundreds of thousands of these chips. But yeah, in this one, it's a little bit better. They happen to have a computer on the job. So they opened up MS Paint and they made a square, and then they drew a bunch of little transistors in there. There's probably somebody working on a weekend to make that. but that one's a little bit easier to kind of stomach. Nowadays, everybody has professional authoring software for this kind of thing, so the diagrams are so much better. But yeah, it's the same pinout. It may have slightly different electrical characteristics, but as long as those transistors are matched, it should do the same exact job. Then, on top of all of that, we know that an LM3046, the same chip that I have, was in Dave's module as the scratched out part. So they were putting LM3046s in spite of the fact that their documentation says something else. Hey, Brink GG. Brink, I still haven't gotten around to doing that thing. I've had too much stuff going on. I have it open in a tab that's constantly making fun of me. I hope that doesn't have a shelf life. That little tutorial that you... Brink put together a wonderful little tutorial to help me get... What is it? Docker and Mosquito running on the file server. Like I wanted to do originally. I got the rug pulled out from under me because of all the different versions and updates to stuff. But I think, you know, Brink did a little bit of work to put together a nice, easy to follow tutorial. So that's like super helpful. Thank you. And I will follow it soon. I've just been kind of overwhelmed. Anyway, let's get back to this repair. So we have this part. We know this part was deployed in this circuit. And then we have a different part on the repair, CA3086, but the LM3046 works. We know it works. So let's take a look at that again. Which was the one that had the little bead of moisture? That's this one down here. That's the other one that we have to replace. Let's poke the bead of moisture with the pin tool and see if it doesn't, like, explode. The chip probably got pretty toasty. Oh, my tape slipped. Got to push it back down onto the vise. There we go. Now it won't move. That might have just been my spit. You know, sometimes you get like, now this thing is fucked. Look at that. You get these like cracks on the surface and the moisture on the surface because the silicon chip was frying underneath. This thing is dead as hell. Damn. Previous user took a laser beam to it and blew it the fuck up. Good news is the longer you wait, the more likely it is that you can just upgrade to the dot release version. This RC has been relatively bug-free. That's good to know. I don't want, but you know, like, it's like, I wanted to deploy a file server. I didn't want to become like a file server nerd, you know? Yeah, this one is missing the magic smoke. You cannot put it back in. You need a factory process for that. Looks like the floppy controller recently replaced. I'm going to get it a little bit of a higher angle on this one. Maybe then I won't get all that heat into my hand. Longer tweezers, of course, is usually the solution for this, but I'm using what I got. So I'm going to preheat the board. Go over it with a nice amount, a good amount of lower resolution. So this thing is definitely, this chip is definitely toast. And this one is the N30, the 4106. I don't remember what the 4106 is. Is this Schottky array or something? Or a fuzzy logic thing? Going over it with heat. Get the board up to a relative heat. Takes a little bit for stuff to get in there. If you're familiar with barbecuing things or even grilling things, you know, it takes a little bit. You got to let the heat kind of soak into things. All right, now I'm forcing the issue. I'm lowering down a little bit further onto this thing. I did not put down flux ahead of time. And I'll also have to be careful when I pull this that I don't accidentally knock other stuff away. We did not use flux, so this is going to fight a little bit here. Yeah, there you go. I love modified lighters. So everybody's starting to flee to Blue Sky, huh? Are we finally done with Twitter? I don't think I'm done with Twitter. I think I'm going to stay on it. But I still have camped out my own Blue Sky identity. I think I'm on there. I forget what the name of it is. The whole not being able to block people properly is pretty damning. Okay, this thing isn't moving. We need to put flux down. Now, if the chip doesn't move and you apply all that heat, and you've seen things kind of, who would take Brink GG? If you see things kind of like they get molten but they don't move, it is possible that the IC is glued down. And you'll see that in multiple layer surface mount stuff. You get surface mount stuff on both sides of the board, they will glue the ICs down so that they can run it through the soldering oven upside down. I don't think these are glued though. I've never had phone app accounts. Yeah, I don't do much with them. Especially not, I don't use apps. I want that phone that doesn't have apps. I just use the phone browser to go to things like Twitter. Those unfortunate dopamine feed apps. All right, so just holding the heat above it. Kind of jerk it around a little bit. Not hard. Nothing, no heavy force is being applied to this. Just get that heat in there. Because, like, you can be applying heat and suddenly burn the board. So you got to be careful about that. It helps to practice with test boards so that you kind of know, oh shit, you kind of know your timing on everything. See, that pin over there is not, there we go. That's why you hold the heat in there for a little while. You guys saw we were starting to stress out that upper left-hand corner. This pin was very unhappy with me during that. I have to be extremely careful of this pin now. When we go to rework this, I'm going to use the desoldering braid, but I'm going to apply it in this direction. So from the via out is how I'm going to apply it, because I think this, it might still be stuck down. That actually, it's not moving when I poke it, but it's smudged. No, this is fine. This is just a little bit of solder in between the pins. We have to rework this with desoldering braid anyway, so that when we put in new ICs, they sit flat. Yeah, this thing is toast. That is a definitive toasted chip. So those are the two chips. There are two resistors that we need to move. What's 925? Hold on, there's one. So R166 and 925. There are no markings on this board, so we can't actually what do you call it? Find these based on the R and the C markings, but we can, relatively locate them. So 925 is over by N19. So this is big on the desk. So let's see. Where are we? We are up in this corner. So we got to replace this one, which looks pretty well toasted, to be honest. That thing looks like it's seen better days. And then over here, we've got N18, which is up a little bit from the one we just removed. And then right at the corner of that, there's nothing. Is this what we have to replace? 925. Q25. Oh, that's a Q. Okay. Q25 is a BC847B. BC847B. And if there's any luck, my collection of transistors has one of those. Otherwise, we're going to have to find one. All right, let's see. Transistors. Center diodes, capacitors, transistors. Here we go. Get this out of the library over here. Okay, let's get this. These things are great. These little sample books are little binders of parts. I labeled that you can get. They're relatively cheap, but what they have is an array of stuff. Sometimes they're organized, sometimes they're not. Sometimes you get the wrong part in a labeled thing, but whatever. They're pretty good because you can just throw them on a shelf I got a bunch of these. I have a whole archive of them over here. That's all of them right there. Right there. Whoa, whoa, mirror effect. Like that. So we are looking for a BC 847. 817. Well, it's not good. It's not good. Yeah, okay. So BC 817, BC 847. We'll have to look at what the difference between these two are. This is probably compatible, but let's just see. BC 847 versus BC 817. 45 volt, half an amp, general purpose NPN. NPN, epitapaxipal, BC 847, marking SOT, tape and reel, 80 volts. Well, we're not dealing with 80 and 50 volts here. Let's see, maybe there's a better BC 847, 45 volt, 100 milliamp. Here we go. 45 volt, 100 milliamp NPN general purpose transistor. 45 volt, half an amp. So 100 milliamps versus half an amp. And the 817, which one do we need to go in? 847. The 817 has much more current capability. And otherwise, I think they are pretty compatible. EB voltage, 5 volts. We need the actual data sheet. Where's the emitter base voltage? The pinout is probably the same. Wait, 857. BC 847 series. BC 857. Oh, pin complement. Oh, I see. All right. And then do we get an HFE? This is the problem with these data sheets. Transistors, nobody can agree on what they list. And so they all list these like different things. Yeah, I'm not thinking that would make much of a difference. The increased current capability, I'm just making sure that it doesn't have like a different curve, I guess. I don't know what the man, I read a whole thing about how to cross compare transistors, because we keep running into this problem where I don't know what I'm looking at and how to compare two transistors and make sure that they're compatible with one another. It's a tough thing to do. There's a lot of different factors into how the transistors operate. I mean, like, it's got extra current capability. That might mean that the curve is different. And if the curve is different, is this transistor in this circuit taking advantage of something to do with the curve of the transistor? I don't know. For all I know, this could just be turning on an LED. What is the HFE of this thing? Googling it usually doesn't quite do us. Oh, come on. I hate these data sheets so much. Collector cutoff. Current gain. I think that's what I want, right? Small signal characteristics, output capacitance. Why do they do this to us? You know? It's like, yeah, I don't like little tricks. I like to have all the information right in front of me. DC current gain 110 to 800. DC current gain 250 to 600. Yeah, DC current gain, HFE. 250 to 600, 110 to 800. I don't know. Does that mean that the curve is different? And depending on which BC 847 ABC. They have a B. It's actually 200 to 450. And then ours has 250 to 600. Make sure the characteristics they determined it under are the same. Oh, jeez, yeah, you're right. IC 100 milliamps, VCE 1 volt, 500 milliamps, 1 volt, 5 volts, 2 milliamps. God damn it. Okay, I'm just going to put mine in there. I'm just going to put this one in there. I'm considering it to be compatible. The BC817 versus the BC847. There's probably another type of equivalent in here in another manufacturer, like the S's and the... Put an S in your B. Like putting a 2N3906 or 3904 in there. I don't know, man. We'll do a BC817. Hope for the best. I don't know what this transistor is doing. It's just one of the ones that blows up when shit hits the fan. Let's get the old one out of there, though. I mean, I could always use the transistor tester on it, too. Yeah, transistors look hand grenades. That's near enough as makes no difference. I could put that transistor tester on it and see if it works at all. I guess we'll have to get it out of the circuit first, so let's get this one out of here. Open the doors, get them out of there. God, for like 20 years? That stupid scene has lived rent-free in my head. When did Independence Day come out? We don't need to use hot air to get this thing out of here, but I'm just going to do it to be civilized. I don't know where my transistor book is. Then you'd better catch it. Ha 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 ha. I don't know. It's like a refrigerator running joke. I don't know what I'm doing. I can open up my documents and see where this transistor is actually coming into play with everybody else. Let's do this for a little bit. I think I got to this part of the circuit. No, well, I don't know. This part of the circuit might not be as documented as the rest of it. But apart from putting an equivalent in this transistor, we have all the parts. Oh, that was neat. You could see, because I'm only heating up one side of the IC, you could see the heat propagate through the IC, through the transistor to the other side. So you could see the pads on the right side of the transistor were shiny, and then like a second later, this one started at the pin to become shiny. So transistor tester, I think I have something for this. I think I got it, because I bought this thing to test transistors, and then somewhere around here, I'll have to find it, I have a ZIF socket for this type of thing. Where did those ZIF sockets go? Let's see here. Gotta look in all this stuff. All this crap that I got sitting around, waiting for a task. Now, let's see. Nope. Although I think I previously stored them in this one, but now I've lost them. I don't know where they are. I have these special ZIF sockets that are for AT-Tinies. There's an AT-Tiny that's an SO whatever 323. It's like one of those 5-pin jobbies, but it's 6 pins, and it's a whole microcontroller in that tiny little package. The only problem is I don't think there's an Arduino core for it. Actually, there might be an Arduino core for it, but you can't program a lot, because there certainly is not storage in something that size. This is where it would be alternatively, and I don't see it in here. So where do those little sockets go? There's a sheet of rubber. What's that doing there? A bunch of bolts. Ugh. Not this one. No, water cooling fittings. Why are these here? Why are they over here? That's not the right place for them. Oh, this might be where they are. It is not. This is one of those bins that's like, I really need to go through, because a bunch of just discombobulated crap ended up in this bin. Where did those sockets go, though? Yeah. Here's one. Here's two. That. Toss it over there. Now, this transistor tester is not a completely professional piece of equipment. It is a cheap thing from Amazon. It's not amazing, but it should get the job done. Now, I have this thing, this test socket, and it appears to be wired up. Yeah, pins and pins. Oh, no, this one's not the right one. Oh, you know what? No, the one that... So this one is for an SO8. I have one for the, for this kind of package, for these guys right here. Those things. I have one for that, but it doesn't have a board on it. We could always make an adapter board if I can find the damn thing. What happened to it? I don't think it's in here. It has been floating around in the shop for ages and ages. I don't remember the last time I saw it. I think it was actually in the other types of bins. I think it was in the surface mount bins. Used to rewrite the BIOS on a brick motherboard. Nice. Yeah, they I thought they were much more expensive than they were. The one that I have for the SOT ones is expensive. It's a specialty kind of thing. You know, there's not a lot of them floating around. But the one for the SO8 is so much more common that I think I was able to source like 5 of them. But I only have ever really used one. All right, let's see here. I think it's going to be in the bottom one here. That or it's just going to be rolling around in the bottom of this entire drawer. All right, let's see. Diff socket for SO something or other. I've been meaning to dig this thing up and get it onto a board because it would be good to have for the transistor tester, and I want to know if this thing is broken, and then it'll also characterize it in its own little way. So I'll be able to get some information about this thing. But that assumes that I can find the socket shell that's been rattling around in my shop for ages and ages. I don't know where it went. Oh, here's some miscellaneous IC stuff. What is all this stuff? Got like transistors and shit down here. What is that? Huh. Wait, this has a part number on it. Well, I just gotta flip it over. I can't flip it over. GKN 103. I think it's a storage thing. All right, let me see here. You visited? No. The puppy doesn't come down here anymore. She doesn't like that I yell at the furniture all the time. Which is really unfortunate, because she was a great co-host. For the little bits of footage that I got of the dog. He's just a wonderful friend. Okay, none of that stuff is relevant. See, the problem is I'm only going to run into this part when I'm not looking for it. Load that back in. This is basically just the floor of the bin. It doesn't have anything that relevant in it. This is the guy over here. All right, let's see if I can find that part. I would like to have a little board for this transistor tester where I can drop in the surface mount stuff. So what are you guys saying? Oh, I gotta stand up. Oh, my legs. My poor legs. One I have is like $20 on Amazon. I ended up with a CH341A and that little socket clip for 8 and 16 pin chip. This one's like a D90. What a nice treasure trove. It's all of my belongings in this world. Everything that I've collected and owned throughout the years. It's basically, you could boil me down to just this collection. Laser diode socket, DuPont clamps. I don't think it's in these. Hyros plugs. I'm trying to think of where I remember seeing it last, because I remember noting it the last time I saw it. I was like, oh yeah, that thing. I'm gonna do something with that. Like, is it in here? This is, look at all my fans. I actually saw something that was using one of these fans recently. It was like a mod that somebody did to an SSD of some kind. Is it in my pogo pins? No. This took months for me to get together. And then the ones that are over here are not in this organized stuff. I wonder if, did I put it in this drawer with all the electronic stuff? You guys can't see what I'm doing. Gotta keep the camera on what I'm doing so you guys know, you can be informed, know what's going on. Oh, here's one of those sockets, the IC sockets. I probably should have tossed the surface mount socket in here with all this other stuff, because these are all like test boards and things. Little testes. Stop giggling. Let me see. No, it's not in here with this stuff. That would have been nice. That would have been the way things should have been. Yeah, I've got every other conceivable type of adapter in here that I've made over the years, because this is where they're supposed to go. But I have not tossed that little SMD clip for the SOT23s in here. Didn't toss in here. No, this is like analyzers and stuff. That's where that goes. So let's see. Is it in this one? I just looked in this one. I'm going to look again, just in case. No, it is not. Every other conceivable type of thing related to it is here. Probably put these with the other one. This, and then the laser testing board with all these programmers and testers. That's nice and organized. This is how we get organized, by the way. Is through looking for other parts and just kind of organizing as we go. It's also the reason I'm disorganized, is because I have not fully organized everything. I organize as I go, which is a terrible way of doing things, to be honest. I'm going to find you, Ziff socket. You and your zero insertion force. Why did I hold on to all this stuff? Why is this in here? This goes to the Dremel. Why is this here? Cleaning up is how I organize. Yeah, I never like sit down and do that. LLM served by Perplexity Labs, the BC847 is a viable and often recommended replacement for the equivalent for the BC817 transistor, especially considering their similar characteristics and packaging. We're going the opposite way. We're going from 847 to 817. No, wait, we're going... Which one do I have? Why does it smell like toast? Hold on a second. So this is from language model stuff, so I don't know how much to trust it. Okay, we are replacing an 847 with an 817. So I mean, if they're compatible, sure. There was a whole tutorial on how to replace transistors and how to figure out whether or not you have a viable replacement, and I read the whole thing, and it's already leaked out of my ear. I thought a little bit of it would have stuck around, but I'm already forgetting most of it. If you was a ZIF socket and you was hungry, would you ZIF yourself? Not in this one. Where would it have gone? Might actually be in this one. It was a very peculiar little socket, this ZIF thing, and has like a little clip from the side. And the pins are in kind of a triangular shape. So it makes it a little difficult to work with, especially a little difficult to get it down onto a board without making your own circuit board. Yeah, either would be fine. If it is compatible, yeah, then compatibility works in two directions. Here's a bunch of plugs and sockets that somehow survived the previous organization attempts. Darn, I wanted to show this off to you guys. It was a cool little part. It's just a little ZIF socket for an SOT23. At this point, my having looked for it for as long as I am is working against me. And I probably should have just ordered another one. Probably should have just straight up ordered one. Well, you guys don't get to look at my stomach for as long. Jesus Christ. How fat is this guy? Jeez. The hidden technique of turning over the parts bin to look at the stuff from below. No, I'm not seeing it. This would have been this wouldn't have been a logical place for it to go, but there is some old stuff in here that resembles what I'm looking for. Nah, not seeing it. Nope. Under and around this thing? No. Nah. NAW. Wait. No, nope, nope. This would have been one of the locations that I feel like I've seen it before, but it's just not here. As soon as I order it, yeah, I'm going to run across the one that I already have. It's another one of those things where it might have actually just be like blended into the background. And so I keep seeing it, but my brain is unaware of the fact. It's like, oh yeah, it's just right there. My brain is like, don't worry about that. You don't need to see that. Oh, not there. All right, I'm about to give up. Been about to give up on this thing, considering I haven't even seen any hint of it yet. Yeah, okay. Don't know where it is. Don't know where, don't know when. Anything up here? Nah. Just some weird stuff. Oh, is it in here? Wait a minute. Last ditch. This is the last chance. Is in the old screw bin. There's some old stuff in here. It's possible that it ended up in one of these. Doesn't look like it. Nah, doesn't look like that's the case, though. We should be so lucky. It's too fragile for this bin. This bin, a lot of stuff gets rattled around it. Nope, don't see it. Dirt. Okay, let me think quickly. Oh, could it actually just be in the microcontroller stuff that I keep up on this desk? Could it just be right here the whole time? Right there. I don't think the socket would be in here, but if it is, then those are some blinders if I haven't seen it yet. I mean, there is a lot of stuff. There's a very large variety of stuff in here, including a variety of distance sensors that we should probably look to do something with. Be fun. These are all sort of breadboardable elements. So I don't know why that socket would end up in here, but this is one of my oldest maintained bins. And things tend to get chaotic after a little while. You wanted to flex the cool stuff you got. I promise you this is not the intention. Here it is. Found it. It's a ZIF socket for SOT23 parts. We should make a little adapter that'll make that work in here. Of course, the pins are all bent to hell, but got this little cluster of 3 pins for each side. I'll need to work that onto a perforated prototyping board because Lord knows I don't have anything even close. What does that other socket look like? Here, I got it right here. Ain't no way that's compatible. Actually, it might be. That or this. Oh, that might be compatible. Holy shit. What the... Wait a minute. Oh, but the clusters are way bigger. No, they're not. That's not compatible. That ain't compatible. Oh, plus they didn't route any of the traces on that. It was close, but we can make our own. And then on top of that, how does it hook up here? Yeah, see, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2, and then 1, 2, 3, 3. So they tell you which one's which, but maybe we'll save that for another day. Maybe these two can be paired up later. Because what I would do basically is make a circuit board, and instead of accommodating the 3 pins, I would just drill through the board, and then the 3 pins would stick through, and you just bend them to be flat against a nearby pin location, as long as these 2 anchors went in. And then this thing works by pushing this, and then the whole thing opens, and you just drop the whatever in here. It's got its little burial chamber. You just pop it in. It's cool, you can just make it. You got to make a lot of the, your test parts around here. That's how these things work. I guess we could just take a look at it real quick. So let me just get a little piece of proto board. Little piece of proto board. Because that also would allow me to program the AT-Tiny version of that chip. I don't really have any projects that need that right now, but it's kind of a neat little platform to program for. Okay, let's see. Probably use some of this stuff, but we're going to go all the way down to the scraps. I'll just take a look at the scope of it first. I'm just going to see what the plan looks like, because if I don't do it now, then I'm never going to do it. And it would be nice to have something that I can just grab out of the drawers and just use in this manner. You'll meet again. God, that's stuck in my head now. It's not leaving. Okay, so how would I do this? I need to be wider than this stuff. I always use a ratty piece of... No, that's not gonna... Why do I keep that? Why did I put it back in? I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, so our playing field is roughly... Let's see if we can find a pre-cut section. There we go. That's what I need. Hey, all this stuff's got to go back in. Hold on. Yeah. I should probably try to organize this a little better because these have to like not overlap in order to fit in properly, and there's just like a distribution of them towards the center. This is not going to close the same way that it was before. What's in there? These are prototyping boards. They're perforated prototyping boards, and they allow me to build circuits semi-temporarily, semi-permanently, temporarily, permanently. Oh, come on. Good enough. Oh, the song in my head? It's Fallout music. I don't know, Fallout 4? No, is that New Vegas? We'll meet again. Don't know where. Don't know when. Oh god, I'm too high. It's a key up. I want to go a key down. I'm baritone. We'll meet again. Don't know where. Don't know when. My grandparents would listen to. So I'm gonna cut 2 holes off of the right. Let's clean this one up. Go. It's a little bit trapezoidal, but I guess we won't totally fault it. And then in order to fit this on there, what would it take? Well, if I go 3 and 3 like this, this will fit square in any direction. So let's square this off. Let's get these out of here. The row marking holes can go. I cut it a little close, but that's fine. All right, so there's our base platform. We're going to have row and row. And then I guess this will go there. And I can do wires, I suppose, to get to them. So that puts one cluster on that there. The other one is, so it's here and here. So I got to make a big hole for those, and I'll use the hand drill. Very strange arrangement with this thing. Silent Hill songs? Everybody's real hot on Silent Hill right now. Everyone's playing Silent Hill. I never got into those games. Yeah, apparently the remake is a really good... They did a really good job on it. Everybody's been playing the remake, yeah. Everyone I know is doing Satisfactory. That's one of the other ones. And actually, we've even seen the very common Satisfactory blowout, the pipeline of going from Satisfactory, getting overwhelmed by the later tech, and then going into Factorio. It's like a natural progression. You're like, oh man, I don't know. This is overwhelming. I'm going to go play Factorio. I know multiple people that's happened to. Yeah, it's Factorio and spacecraft. Factorio with another dimension. It's a little too peaceful for me, though. I don't mind the peacefulness, though. It's just I feel like I need strife in order to get me to build properly. I already have like 300 hours into Satisfactory, and it's not in 1.0. But I kind of want to play it again, but I also kind of want to see the sun again at some point in my life. And I have too many of these things to do, these project things. So I need to get some stuff done in my life. I have too many like pending projects that haven't come to fruition. All right, so we're doing this. The kitten spiders. That's only if you put on arachnophobia mode. So the way that this thing is fitting on This thing is infrared? What is it even going to do with that? We've got a row of holes. And then we have our socket. And presumably, with this thing centered, we are uneven in the rows and columns. Maybe I should put the, yeah, like, assuming it goes this way. Oh, no, it doesn't. Wait a minute. Yeah, okay, yeah, it goes this way. So assuming it goes that way, we need 1, 2, 3 over here. So I'd have a row across there, and then this would be on the other side. This is going to have to stick up a little bit. Well, it's going to have to go like that, and then 1, 2, and 3, I'm going to have to use jumpers to get over there. That's going to be weird. So this in the center. Getting a printed board for this would be so much nicer. Pretty much just have to core out the 4 on each end of this. No way that's staying in place. And just get it started like this. Let's start the other one. And then I'll drill it in the air. I love the total breakdown in I love the total breakdown in precision. The total breakdown in precision between a very accurately printed circuit board with very, very tiny pin spacing and me just using a big drill. He spiffed it up fast. Yeah, the file really helps that kind of stuff. I don't want to drill into my hand. Let me see here. I need a block of wood. Block of wood. I have a block of wood right here. There we go. Good enough is good enough. Yeah, there's a lot of little things that you do to kind of make sure that your imprecision is not the star of the show. I want to be careful that this doesn't grab the circuit board and fling it into my fingers, because that's where you get a cut. This thing is not... This drill bit sucks. Hold on a second. Do I have a better drill bit? Drill bit sucks. Not doing anything. And then I dropped the drill. Damn it! I gotta find it. Hold on a minute. Take a big magnet. Oh no! It fell around metal. Ah! Ah! No! Ah! God damn it. That's a hard drive. What is that doing there? Don't stick to my magnet hard drive. Stop it. Hard drive kun! No! There it is. I found it. No, wait, there. Oh, got it. That's a screw. That's not even... Ugh. Oh, there's the drill bit. Okay. This radio drama is brought to you by... Okay, so, bigger drill bit. Ugh. Possibly sharper. I think this one is notoriously dull. Oh, God, it fell on the floor. It's covered in dog hair. Saw a meme of someone drilling through a thin something or other that's sitting on top of cloth. 1,000 small parts were neatly lined up on the cloth. What could go wrong? Oh, God. All right, this is making me nervous because this thing is going to catch and then fling. And I think the better thing to do would be to put it in a vise. Trying to invest in a bit sharper. No. It shall be fine. I just don't want this to fling around and sever my hand. Jesus. Cantilever! Oh, the hole walked. It walked over to the side. Why must I be cursed to not drill? I was put on this world to suffer. Why? Fuck. Stupid thing. These, I need, what is it, plastic hardened bits or plastic cut drill bits so that I can actually cut into the FR4. I could have done this with a knife faster. What a shit fucking job that did. Okay. Other side. God, that sucked. Whenever you're ready. I've been recently designing holes in 3D printed plate for panel mount stuff. Man, it's satisfying to just have everything work the first time after following the design doc. Seriously, coming from a world of doing this to panels, hitting print like I do with the modular synthesizer stuff, and having everything just fall together is such an amazing feeling. Because you spend weeks trying to get stuff like this right. And then all your holes are like off. Whereas with the 3D printer, it's all there. It just does it. Why is this doing this to me? I think it's the cut of my drill bits. They're just not, there it is. Jeez. This is why they use high speed drills on circuit boards. This thing is a decidedly extremely low speed drill because it's actually a screwdriver that I'm just using for this purpose because it's there. Mahalo sent that thing in. Let's get that in our lungs. So these holes are disgusting. They need a little bit of help. So I could use the triangle file on them, I guess. Or not. Find that depth where it kind of spins. Nah, it's not going to work. I could use the circular microfile, or I could use a deburring bit, which I have. It's just sitting right here. Where'd that go? There it is. We do a little deburring here. Yeah, metal panel mount stuff. Wait, how are you doing that with 3D printing? Yummy swarf. Swarf. Okay, so how shitty did I do? Oh, I see. Trying it as an alternative to cutting panel, yeah, metal panel. I mean, you could even do like a window. You could just like put a, what is it, a square rough cut, and then put a panel over it using the 3D printer. This is gonna fit it all. the dimensions of it are like almost intentionally chosen upon to mess with people trying to perforate these perforated prototyping board. Like, why do they do this? Why are these distances the way they are? Could you not have just spaced it slightly differently and not made it hyper annoying for me to put this thing together? What is going on? I can't stop raving. I can't stop raving. The computer says no. Yeah, it's like, what the hell, man? The hell, man? You have to do this like this. Yeah, like doesn't it? It's too. These two pins are too wide, so I need to open up. It's just not really going to work out, which is why I didn't do it before. So it's like this can go back to the shelf for another day until I can just like design a circuit board for it. It seems like it needs its own designed circuit board. This is not really going to cut it. It's the spacing on these two is too wide. I need that outer edge of pins to put a header on. They just don't want to play nice. So if, you know, push comes to shove, I could always lay these down flat, but then I need to somehow access the pins out here in order to hook stuff up to it. So, you know, I could have done this if those two went through, and then maybe attached pins to the outside of it, but that'll be for another day. I don't want to waste too much time on that. So this is going back in the drawer with all the other programming stuff, because this is how I would be able to program an SOT 223-6 microcontroller with all 6 of the pins there. Put that there, and then throw the FR4 in the trash. Goodbye. All right, back to what we were doing. So we were getting all of our ducks in a row, and we figure, although I don't trust a learning language model with electronic stuff at all, ever, it seemed to have been positive on the fact that the two transistors are interchangeable. So we'll be using the transistor out of the book. That is a very similar part number to replace the blown one. That only leaves us with the resistor. So, the resistor. And now, number one, the resistor. It's just like, hold on, I gotta make room for myself to breathe. We can't test the transistor, unfortunately, to see whether or not it has been exploded. We will just have to assume explosion. So, assuming explodey. What's our timing right now? Ah, pretty good. Pretty good, pretty good. You know, I'm not rushing to do this. I just want it to be a one-stream session. I'm going to put this aside, but I don't think it'll come up later. Put it in the little bin with everything else. And then let's get the other two blown ICs. Don't put them in the bin. I don't think I'm going to return them. They'll send them back. Here's your dead transistors and stuff. Put it on a shelf. Here's the things I killed. Okay, let's see. You know, alternatively, I could look for one of those, what are they? The surface mount adapter PCBs to see if there's anything that might be compatible with that socket. Just thought about this. Hold on. I think mostly I'd be using the 4-pin things. But I don't think I'd be able to mount the socket on something. Well, yeah, they would have to have a lot of through-hole openings. I mean, the other way to do it is to mount it to one of these boards and then just plug it in, but... Yeah. This is my kill. I gotta go. I'm kind of scared to be here. You're freaking me out. That's not, yeah, that's not going to fit. No, I don't think there's a good solution here. You know, I could always mangle one of these things, but I don't think that'll work quite the way I want it to. Yeah, or you could just solder it down and then attach it. Maybe we'll do that later. I don't know. Maybe we'll do that another day. Put this over here. Put this away. Dog's just barking at something outside. Woo, 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 woo. She knows she's not supposed to make a lot of noise. Okay, so all that's left now, apart from the dog hair that's getting on everything, why is there dog hair everywhere? Is the resistor in the upper corner, right next to the IC that we removed. So that this shoot up resistor right there that no longer appears to have a value on it because it's been super overheated. Flux. Little bada bing. Oops. All right, come on. Get a grip. Get a grip. Why is there dog hair? Oh, God. It's because I dropped stuff on the floor and I picked something up off the floor. When I do that, it brings with it dog hair. And then we're using tacky flux and tape on the circuit. So it gets all over the place. I really need to vacuum this place. All right, so a little bit of heat. A little bit of bass. Everybody's in the place. A Roomba would get choked up and die on all the dog hair. I need to reconfigure the shop so that everything is up and I can sweep the whole floor. That would be the case in which maybe getting a Roomba would be good, but all the Roomba would be doing is picking up dog hair, which is it's like a trivial thing to do if you can sweep the whole floor. You just sweep and then all the dog hair is up. All right, now we go down. Get all that heat concentrated. Like a laser beam. And there goes our dead chip. All right, now we don't need hot air after this. So that resistor takes my sister's 3 cats' hair just fine. Corgis are on another level, man. Long hair corgi, fluffy, if you will. It's a completely different level. The amount of hair that comes out of this dog. Everywhere there is like a little air swirl on the floor, there will be a pile of dog hair. It's incredible, the amount. Working document. Now, which one is... There's another resistor over here. It's a 22 ohm resistor. There's that 4704 right next to it. That's R154. Okay, so this is R166, and that is going to be a 22 ohm resistor, and it is an 0403, which I have. So let's clean up all these solder pads before we move on. We need to clean up all the solder pads, and what we're going to do is we're just going to use the flux that's already there in conjunction with desoldering braid. And when we use desoldering braid, the whole name of the game here is to allow the solder to wick into the interstitial space in this weave of copper. So it's a very visual thing that we're doing right now. It looks really cool. I just want to make sure to clip off the end where I have old solder and stuff. Actually, I totally ruined that one. I'm going to use the Nipex to just get a nice clean cut. A nice clean cut. That's ready to go. So there's already flux on the board. I don't need to add more. Don't take Louis Rossmann as a grand example. Now, the thing that we've got to worry about here are things like individual pins that are not connected to anything else. If we are running around and we're desoldering real fast and the world is our oyster, everything is going our way, we can accidentally pull up a pad by overheating the pad and tugging on it mechanically jerking it. So I want to make sure to very gently slide this stuff around, applying only a little bit of pressure from the soldering iron and making sure that I'm not going to be tugging on any of these pins independently, because they are not very well held on. I've done this 1,000 million billion times, so it may look super easy, but it's not. I assure you. We just need a lot of heat. We want to make sure to keep that heat on the braid. And we just sort of move up the braid a little bit, and it'll curl up as we're sort of like giving it these micro bends by pushing on it with the iron. So it's lifted up the stuff that's above, and I'm exposing more of the unsaturated braid below. And so that just removes all of the solder from those pins and flattens them down and gets them ready for a new IC or a new chip or a new transistor. You know, you can be clever and in one operation pluck the old chip and put the new one in, but reworking it just means that you're going to have newer solder there, and it's just going to work out a little better. You get more control over everything when you do a full rework. If you're removing the chip a lot, it's not great to do a full rework. You can really stress out your pins by doing that, but this just allows us to get the old solder out and get some nice new stuff in there that we know is effective. Refreshing memories? No. We're repairing a blown up M-303, an Acid Labs M-303. It got blowed up in what is looking like the typical way, because most of the stuff we removed has been pretty haggard. The one chip that we removed from just next door to these 3 pins, it had a scorch mark on it. It was all carbon. Here we go, nice and clean. Now we get our solder out. We're going to individually do this stuff. So let us start up here with this the CA3086, or in our case, the LM3046. What is this one? HF3046. Wait. Oh, this is not the one we're supposed to use. No. This is the LM3046. I bought a bunch of these at great expense, but these are the ones that are compatible. The other one, the HF, is not, apparently. Lewis doesn't even repair anymore? What does he do? I mean, you know, he advocates for the right to repair. So I love the guy to death. But yeah, the overuse of flux it's a thing. I mean, they have an ultrasonic cleaner that they throw everything into. You know, they got that Apple standard to kind of live up to, where everybody likes everything to be super clean. And we're not Apple. We're not a repair shop. Although I am doing repair shop shit today. Now, what direction does this face in? Luckily, our document gives us that pin 1. It gives us that pin 1 marking that we can barely see. So we sort of know the direction that this thing is supposed to go in. Replacing this part, though, means that this thing needs to be retuned, and I don't know how to do that. I do not know how to do that. Don't know what I'll do about that. So we're going to add a little solder to one of the pins as an anchor. Now, it's kind of tough to work with because we're all the way up here at the top of the board. Everything is tiny, and my big clumsy hands need to be reined in order to move stuff around. And because we've been working for a little while, all of my desk space is being taken up by other shit that's getting in the way of my normal soldering things. Do not twist a tuna. I mean, you can rotate a cow in your mind, and they can't stop you. Not the best anchor pin to use because it's not connected to anything, but I'm going to use it anyway because I already started. Nothing wrong with the 2 camps of fluxies. I don't like to have a lot of sticky bullshit all over my board. Flux is nice and all, but it's... do not become addicted to flux. All right, so there. See, we've anchored it down, and what I do after anchoring it is I kind of push on the other side here, because sometimes if your tweezers are bent, you can have it lifted up on one side. Calibrating it should just be following a guide. It's a little bit more complicated than that. The adjustments of these things are not that easy. Now, I could drag solder this. I could add flux to it, add a bunch of solder to the end of the iron, and then drag the iron across all the pins. You know, that's a totally viable way to do things. Let's see, I anchored it on the other side, so I gotta flip this whole thing around. This is gonna make my wrist rest a little bit different. And then I have to make sure that the iron's coming down at a very high angle because I don't want to melt these two things by poking them with the iron. If I was really crazy about this, I would come in with hot air and allow the IC to orient itself using the surface tension of the solder. But I'm doing this in kind of a rudimentary manual way. I can do that with these SOICs, and because I've got that tape there, I'm not running into anything that I shouldn't be. Oh, the mouse! Sorry. This vise has a giant, like, knob handle on the end. I really need to look into getting, like, a circuit board vise. I have that shitty plastic one, but there are ones that go down on the desk that are, like, pretty nice these days. You can get them cheap, so maybe I'll look that up on Amazon tonight and buy myself something special. Here you go, kid. Buy yourself something special. Throws $1 at the streamer. It bounces off my forehead. Not as many donations these days, and that is entirely because Burn the Subs does not exist, which is like an imperative. I need to get Burn the Subs back under swing. We need to get that rolling. It's, you know, enough is enough, bother. I've just been running away from all my problems. Software, to be exact. All of my software problems. I like jigs. Yeah, jigs are fun. Especially when you have to do a repetitive task. So, anchor pin on one side. I mean, this is like an 0402. I'm going to put an 0603 in here. 0603 being the mil size of the square chip, the rectangular chip. But if I put in an 0603, well, that's a, wait, oh, resistor, yeah. If I put in an 0603, it has a chance that it won't explode as quickly because it'll be a little bit slightly higher. Is power electronics when a current is over 60 amps? I would call power electronics how you're getting your power. It's like the filters and the regulators that provide you with power. That's what power electronics are. 22 ohm. 22 ohm. There he is. It's Cool Cat. That kid kicked sand in Cool Cat's face. All I'm going to do is just peel this back until a resistor falls. And he felled the resistor. There it goes. I think. I think it's on there. The microscope is going to be the way that we identify it. Battery versus wall power. I don't have enough information on what you're talking about. All right, back over to here. You guys have to understand, like, these questions, I don't know anything of what is going on your side of the computer screen, right? I don't know nothing about what's going on your side of the computer screen. So people come in here and they say, what is the best resistor? And I'm like, what? like, huh? Like, I don't have enough of the information. I don't know what the fuck he's asking. Wait, this one's a 0603 and it's still, maybe we should put in an 0805. I mean, the previous one looked like this. Yeah, let's go larger. Let's go 0805 on this thing. Where's that sample book? Here's the, stuck to the binding. 0805s are in a different one, so let me, hold on. Let me get a different thing, and we're looking for 22 ohms. So that's in here. It's over here. In all my bins. So I keep all these little kits. 22K, all right. Wait, 22K, no, we're looking for 22 ohm. Yeah, R166, 22R. 22R, the R is there to just be unambiguous about what the value of that resistor is. If it said 22 ohm, that would also be unambiguous. If it said 22, then I would be a little bit wary about whether or not it's kilo ohms or mega ohms. This one starts at 30. So this is going to be the one that has it. .22 ohms, 0805. I got plenty of them. Some of them do not have markings on them. That's kind of weird. We'll need to test it beforehand. We'll put it on the multimeter. 0805 isn't too hard to do that with. We'll keep this up. Put all this stuff away. Nice little afternoon poking around with circuits. Get to do some stuff with our hands instead of stuff with our minds. Our brains. The ultimate hand, the brain. What's the best cable? The one from the comics. I like the one from X-Men 97. I think he's a pretty good cable. Although the one from Deadpool is pretty cool too. Roughly 22K, almost 23. But this thing doesn't seem to want to settle on a number. 22.4 with a margin of error of a lot. A pretty sizable margin of error. So, all right. Hello, fellow nerds. Wow, way to drag us all down with you, Cilia. Jeez. Jump into a room. Hey, fellow perverts. You're like, wait a second. What up, perverts? That's the best way to enter a room. Everybody goes, hey. I can't stand all the stuff that's out of my desk right now. I'm looking at the fringes and stuff's starting to get crushed. There's like a crush depth to my desk, so I've got to kind of like, I got to move some stuff out here. Hello, fellow kids. Or what was it? Fellow delegates or something? What did Jar Jar say? What does the Jar Jar say? Oh, my brain. Okay, I'm gonna move some of this fragile stuff off and out. Get this up on the top shelf because it's a completed module. Even though that thing needs software, we still haven't even finished that. Ugh. Okay. Feel a little bit better about the field over here. We've got stuff kind of flying in from every direction, so I need to rein it in just a little bit. Who is this? This is a subscription from Zero Evidence 2. Leave no evidence. Hey, Zero Evidence 2, thank you so much for subbing to this channel with a Prime. Those Primes, Jeff Bezos is not going to remind you that your Prime is up. And when it is up, he gets to buy like a $5, like a soda from a machine. How much do those cost nowadays? This is like $5. He gets that $5 because you haven't claimed it for the month. So you got a streamer that you like, do them a favor, throw them that Prime subscription. It's going to waste otherwise. But you gotta be on top of it. Me and a friend have been playing Abiotic Factor lately, and damn, it's fun and good. it gives me Half-Life vibes. Abiotic Factor is a survival horror multiplayer Half-Life 1 like, where you're stuck in a facility trying to get out. And you have to cobble together office supplies in order to make clever things that will help you survive. And so you get the whole hunkering down mechanic, you get horror vibes from the whole thing, and it's got an interwoven lore, and the map is brilliant. If you find yourself traveling a long way to get somewhere, you need to open up the yellow doors. Red doors will never open. I'm not sure what blue doors, I think you can open from that side. Yellow doors you have to open from the other side or something like that. There's color codes to the doors, but you can open up more of the map and it will give you shortcuts to get everywhere. It's amazing. It's an incredibly brilliantly put together game. Thanks for streaming, just getting into SBC and electronics. Hell yeah, man. What is SBC? I don't know what that acronym is. But yeah, Abiotic Factor. I'm not done with it yet. I'm starting to slow down with it a little bit, but it is just a very brilliantly done game. It's a New Zealand game, I believe. And yeah, they cooked. They cooked. Oh, plus there's a pretty in-depth cooking mechanic to the game. I have yet to make pizza, but you can eventually make pizza. And what I've been doing lately is setting up a network of portals so that I can get from place to place really easily, and get into the portal worlds easily too. Because that's where the portal worlds reset, and so you can farm your stuff from those. Small board computers. Oh, I've got a couple of those sitting around that I can't do anything with. Like the Jetson Nano or something like that. Those are pretty trendy. I don't know what to do about those. I do a lot of Arduino style stuff around here. We do microcontrollers a lot of the time, but we are going to be using, and it probably is not necessary, but we're going to be using a Raspberry Pi 5 for Burn the Subs. I'm very tempted to make a circuit board for Burn the Subs too. $5 circuit boards has completely ruined me. Yeah, so it looks like 0805 is the size of that resistor, huh? Yeah, the vibe for Abiotic Factor is immaculate. It's so good. About around 10% unlocked. Yeah. Oh, you got the second tram, though. My friends never found the second tram, so we were always running all the way out to the manufacturing sector and all the far reaches of it. Like I don't even think we unlocked the tram station. The train is going to be an important thing to farm because it has silverware. Where did you make your base, Cilia? My friends and I built it in the gym because, you know, you got to get swole. But then when I played on my own, I made it in the main lobby and then moved it to a place that you'll discover later on. Small board computers, and you want to make a basic MIDI sequencer. That's what the module tester is going to be capable of doing, actually. I'm going to have MIDI on this thing, and I'm using a Teensy 4.1, which is like, that's a lot. Teensy 4.1 is a lot of microcontroller to throw at something. It's practically a small board computer. I don't know how it rivals the Raspberry Pi, but that thing operates at 600 megahertz. Or 600 megahertz. Kilohertz? No, megahertz. I got a Jetson AGX, the overkill version of Nano. And I feel bad to say, I just use it for emulation stations. I don't know what to do with small form factor computers. We found a room that we have a gate we can unlock stuff from. Shooting range and toilet. Oh, that's the security office. Yeah, the security office is like one of the better places to build your base at because it's got all of the cool like stuff that you can do. The shooting range especially. I thought about doing that, but I wanted sort of a non sequitur location, so I did something inside of one of the portal worlds, which is also just a blatant. There are some spaces in that game where basically the devs are like, build a base here, please, and you're like, oh, I see. So we are replacing this one here. N30, which is the 40106. Not sure if it's a bug, but it seems to spawn some food and ammo there every 2 to 3 nights. Yeah, some stuff will actually respawn in the world. Like I would have in my original base, I did it in the conference room that's in the main lobby, and I would have like pencil jars spawn in there every now and then. LM-13700, that's not what we're doing. We're the 4030, I believe is this one. 3046, yeah. 30, sorry, this is 3406. No, that's not it. We're looking for the 4106. This is the 13700. That's for a different thing entirely. CD 4106. Okay, that's the right part. Jeez, nothing will make you feel stupider. Tape and reel. Well, this is just cut tape. It's important when you search for these parts that you give it your packaging, and you generally want to have the non-bulk packages if you're ordering for a prototype or personal supplies and stuff like that. It's one of the main ways that you narrow down your searches in these things. All right, so this IC is facing the same direction as the other one, which is a good design practice to keep all your ICs facing the same direction. Yeah, we're talking about abiotic factor. It's a fairly recent showing from an indie dev that did a very good job putting together an extremely fun concept for a game. It kind of changes up your survival stuff. It changes up the mechanics of survival from your typical survival game loops because you're in an office building and you're like, I need more rubber band balls. The companies put gel on the circuit boards for waterproofing, so it's harder to repair it. The gel circuit that we saw was actually implemented by Bosch for a BMW and not anti-lock brake systems. There we go. ABS stability control. And the reason that it was like that is because BMW figured, listen, we don't want to spend that much on copper. It's the 90s, the late 90s. We're designing a car for the 1999 model year. We need to use high technology in this thing because we're a bunch of 90s dudes. So what we're going to do is we are going to locate the ABS computer above the exhaust header on the right side of the car's engine. And so what that did was that put a circuit board in a very high temperature swinging location, as in not like it was having key parties, like as in the temperature swing in that area went way high. And so that stresses out plastics, that stresses out solder, that makes all of your traces stretch and contract. And so what they did in order to get around all the limitations of that spot was design a circuit board on a piece of ceramic. Now, this is something that RF circuits have done for like high frequency and the horrible conditions that some RF circuits have to actually endure. You know, you're in a box on top of an antenna and things get extremely hot in the sun. So what they did is they took a piece of ceramic and they put all of the ICs directly down on that. And I don't mean integrated circuit inside of a package. I mean the silicon of the chip. And they bond to wires on the substrate, on the ceramic substrate. There are traces that are made out of, I don't know what kind of material they're made out of. It could be copper, it could be something else, aluminum. And then they bond to them with microscopic little gold wires. Now we've taken apart a circuit like this, the actual BMW anti-lock braking circuit, because I was trying to repair it in my car. It frequently goes bad for the same reason. Well, I mean, you know, you got this horrible temperature swing area, and then the computer just kind of barfs and it dies. And the reason is because everything is kind of in a jello mold and it's all vibrating. And so all these little tiny bonding wires vibrate back and forth. And when you flex metal, you have a statistical, I don't know, probability of it severing, of it cracking the metal structure. This circuit was on the ceramic substrate, and then it had a gel all around it. And so there are services that actually repair these. You send it in, they put it inside of an ultrasonic cleaner to get all the gel off, and then they'll Well, they'll get it out with like a milling machine, and then they'll put it into the like a bath, a chemical bath, to remove the silicon stuff, and then they have technicians that go through and reprogram the module and refurbish it and get it back out on the road. It's crazy. The way that I solved the problem was by buying some kind of a Croatian BMW computer that was probably in a junkyard, possibly stolen from somebody. But whatever. All those parts are now starting to get into junkyards. Kind of want to play Subnautica in VR, but the sounds of that game freak me out. Yeah, that's a bit of a scary one. And like the solder on that. Okay, so that's that one. We got one more to go, and that's the transistor. So that's this one right here. There it is. And so we're putting in a BC817, which should be exactly equivalent to what's already there. And I'll have to do all this repair procedure, this exact same thing to Dave's as well. To Dave's 303, and we'll see if that perks it back up. But then again, I think I broke Dave's in a unique way, so I'm sort of SOL on that. Save for replacing every single IC on the board, and I think I have every single IC. I think all the other ICs are the LM4100 or whatever, and the TL074 2. TL072. Well, the problem is I jumped into the Abiotic Factor subreddit and I started looking at people's base setups, and there are some truly unique minds in that subreddit. There are some insane people who have systems that are amazing. So I moved into a portal world, which means I don't have to worry about the LIAC, and it means I don't have to worry about a zombie invasion. It means I don't have to worry about the soldiers coming in and trying to murder me. So I don't need defenses anymore. I've sort of pared down my main area base to be minimalistic, the lobby base, and then I moved everything else into the furniture store. So now it's just me rearranging furniture to try to make everything nice and pretty. But I don't know, they've got a new thing where you can capture the LIAC, which is actually based on the, what is it? The Indonesian folklore? But it's this terrifying fucking mechanic in the game. Absolutely terrifying. And you can cancel that mechanic. You can have it leave you alone by capturing it. But since I never see it in the furniture store, I don't think I can disable it. Try to avoid Let's Plays and streams. Yeah. I just saw what some people were doing with their bases, and I'm like, oh shit, you can build there? And other times people will fill entire areas with workbenches to try to cancel spawns. What are we talking about? It's a game called Abiotic Factor, and I'm kind of winding down with it at this point. I'm considering whether or not I want to actually finish Disco Elysium, because I haven't gotten through much of that game. Now that I have the handheld, I can actually leave the shop at night and try to get to bed early, whatever that means. You know, play some games at night before going to bed. Is there not enough solder on that? There is not enough solder on that pin. How did that happen? But yeah, I've been playing Abiotic Factor like religiously over the past couple months. We played it a little bit at a LAN party, and then I kind of went into single player on my own. And I have to get into the new DLC though. They have a Halloween DLC, not DLC, it's a expansion. They have a little Halloween thing in there, which looks pretty fun. I saw Rabaz playing it. Of course, he played the whole thing through. Okay, so that should do it for the repair. Everybody should be in good shape now. We've got equivalent transistor. We have new chips that are not exploded. They're pre-exploded. These are pre-exploded chips. These have not been exploded yet. They're ready. They're ready to be exploded. You need Hacker Tool 4 to get into Halloween stuff. Oh, that's a fair bit of progression, though, that you have to get through to get there, yeah. Okay, let's get this out of here. And we can try to test it. I don't know what exactly I can do to get this thing tested. Always good to figure out the initial cause of failure. I mean, we had one chip that had a charred spot on it. It was clearly that the chip had heated up and exploded. But with that one part, you have to replace all these others in case there's something wrong with them so that they don't cause this failure again. Make sure we keep all this stuff together. Looked at that part. Yeah, not happening yet. Yeah, it's like the final thing that they have you do. This is like a little bit before that, but not by much. So it's sort of at the end of the game, but not at the very end of the game. So I think the very end of the game is they're still working on it. So you got time. You got plenty of time to go through and take your time enjoying the game. So it's like, we say Half-Life, but it's like SCP Foundation / Half-Life. It's a little bit of this, a little bit of that. They sort of took inspiration from all kinds of stuff. Now, here's the important part when you're repairing one of these M-303s. This is what separates the boys from the men. You need to make sure you plug this thing in the right way. Because if you plug it in, and your pins are a little bit misaligned. See, I got it right on that one. You got a 50-50 on this. If you get it wrong, it still wants to plug in, but your holes will be off. And I didn't catch that because I removed the standoffs and I didn't really see it immediately. When repairing dryers, I figured out that resistance on the drum, and thus the motor... Wait, I figured out resistance on the drum, and thus the motor would back pressure current and blow out components on the boards. Flyback diodes are your friend. Chinese sample book looks like a Bible. Open your Holy Electronics Bible to page BC 817. These are great because they sit on a shelf nicely. Oftentimes, electronics don't exactly sit on shelves nicely. So yeah, we're not doing that. We're not going to plug this thing in wrong. We're going to plug it in the correct way. We're going to get it right because we can. We must. So my big problem with this thing is that they use top adjusting pots, and they have them oriented in such a way that the adjustment screws are all the way in there. So if I'm going to get to these, I have to feed down through the entire top to get there. It almost looks like these holes were there to let you get in, but like getting into those is very difficult. There are side ones of these types of things. These adjustment potentiometers, multi-turn adjustment potentiometers. Got a link to it. I just looked up on Amazon. If you really want to be like super kind, it never pays out. I never get any money from it, but I do have down there, I have some links to Amazon stuff. And if you look at the end of that URL, that's just like a referral code. If you want to like look on Amazon and buy one of those books, because that's all I did. I just looked up like transistor, what is it? Transistor sample kit, transistor sample book. You'll find plenty of entries of that. They've been getting more popular, but the first one I got took forever to get here because they weren't that popular. Now they're super popular, so you can find these very easily with good shipping on them. But these are just from Amazon. That's it. I basically have an Amazon warehouse like partially up my butt. That's where I live. It's just right there. I can open up my door and smell the human suffering from the Amazon warehouse. So I use Prime and I order from Prime. I don't necessarily advocate it. It just means that I can get stuff very quickly here. That's just how it operates. All right, let's get the screws back in and get some power flowing through this thing. And to make sure that it is not broken, I don't think this will be broken in any kind of a unique way. Is it faster with delivery? Do you go over and pick up? No, we're just outside of the area where it's like a couple minutes of a drive to get to that warehouse that I'm talking about. So it is more efficient for me to just order and wait for it. I'm of course exaggerating in every way possible to be entertaining. That's my goal. M-303. Power cable. I lost it. There it is. Nope, I lost it. I lost it. Never mind. We won't do anything today. We're done. We're done here. I've lost it. Here it is. All right, stripe pin. Bottom row. Don't get this wrong. Offset. We're good. Funny they have those there. They're not on jumpers. 5 volts is coming out. I guess that is the 5-volt jumper, huh? Huh. Okay, well, anyway. This out of the way because it doesn't work yet. And we get Marbleps will help us test things. Pin tool we don't really need. Tweezers we don't really need. One thing I'm going to have to do with this is build the adapter board so that I have the plugs to hook up power. Because, like, that board sitting here, I guess it's okay if this whole board is sitting there. I'll have to desolder a lot of stuff from it. We started building a modular testing module, and I kind of got annoyed at how disorganized everything ended up. So we ended up not going through with this, with the design on the top of this. So I'm going to make a circuit board with CAD as soon as I get my licensing all figured out. And then from there, how's this thing going to go? It's going to go plug into here. I'm going to design this thing in CAD, and then I'll be able to use this base plate power supply that we've already finished. So this is a USB-C or barrel plug fed thing. And I guess we got all this extra room over there for stuff. So much room for activities. How the okay. QA there. Minus 12 is here. And those are the grounds. So stripe is down here. Let's just, like, verify that. Let's verify that real quick. I actually think I have it open over here. No. No. What are you doing open? Close. 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 I'll need those circuits later, but I don't need them right now. Oh, that's the pecker. Okay, I gotta look it up. Modular synthesizer pinout. Right there. 16 and 10 pin, either way. The keyway, okay, it's like that. All right. All right, so minus down here, that goes all the way to the bottom here, like that. So now that's plugged in correctly, and to check us over, we have a readout on the front. Let me get this out of here so it's not so distracting. This will be metered if I plug it in, but we'll plug it in for now. We'll put marbles on this in just a second. Marbles is as close to like a full driving engine as I've got without bringing in a ton of modules. All things considered, this should be repaired. This should be totally working because as far as we know, this is a very common error that blew this thing up. And that error is originating from the fact that there's no keyways on any of the power cable stuff for it. The Maker Beam makes this a little bit harder to plug in than it really is. What? Just they didn't give it. They gave it holes, and so it's got these direct holes, and I can't line it up for the Maker Beam slot stuff because it's rattling all over the place. Come on, man. Just sit flat, please. Really challenging to get this thing to plug in. Jeez. Would you just? The problem is the screw heads that are in the extrusion like walk around. They kind of move a little bit and they start wedging up against stuff. Or are two groups of knobs not showing up as on the thermal webcams? It's well, plastic versus metal. Metal is reflective to long wave infrared, and so it acts kind of like a mirror. Okay, turn this off, plug in USB power. And then when I turn it on, I want to look at these two voltages and make sure they don't go crazy. They seem to not be going crazy. So we look for heat. Out of normal heat. That gets pretty warm during operation. That chip, the transistor chip, gets pretty warm. I think we're okay. Let's turn it back off. And let's get marbles in here, marbleps. I may have to redo this panel. I may have to redo the panel and use the millivolt indicators instead of the ones that we have are, they're better, or sorry, milliamp indicators. I may have to use those instead, the little analog ones, because there's, right now, I can't see a normal module functioning, because the normal module functioning is in the milliamp, the very low milliamp scale. Why is this thing bad? It's probably because it's a little cockeyed. Yeah, it's a little weird. Hold on. I'm gonna get this thing. Part of why this thing isn't fitting together properly is that I just haven't adjusted it. This is all Maker Beam, so it's not fixed distances. So if I just do this, I've loosened that up, and suddenly everything fits properly. Ugh, that should be so much easier to plug in a module, but it's not right now. There we go. Much better. Okay. A little distraction. Yeah, it heats up fairly rapidly, which is kind of annoying, but that's just the chip. It just operates like that. And then if you enclose this thing in your modular setup, there's going to be a lot of heat that's running around inside the cabinet, and so this will eventually heat up. This is not temperature compensated, so your tune of the note coming out of this thing is going to start wandering around. So I do kind of want output on this thing. The speakers are all the way over there. Let's do output into an attenuator module. I'm going to need that over there. I guess I'm going to need a speaker setup on this module tester, huh? It'd be nice if I could plug in just normal speakers. But that's more on the output, so maybe I'll need like an attenuator that I put on the side of the thing. There's my speakers. Plug those in over here. Where did that attenuator go? I have a module that is an attenuator module. It was floating around. The other ways we have the test are by using scope cables and measuring frequency directly. But it would be fun right now if we could just output to something. Nope, 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 nope. Where has it gone? The module's been floating around, so is it over here with the modular stuff? No, I took it out. It's somewhere else. Get a couple cables here. Couple cables and an attenuating module. It shouldn't have gone far. It should be in this area because this is where I do this stuff. This is where I do all this stuff, so it would have been brushed under or around. There's a fairly high-pitched squeal coming from somewhere in this rack. Probably just the hard drives. I don't see it. It's got 3 big knobs on it. 3 big knobs. Where are we looking? Let's try over here. Somewhere up here. I'm gonna knock over my drink if I'm not careful. Hydrate, everybody. What's up, Deano Cat? All right, where is Thing? Where are Thing? Hello? I've got some dumps of parts over here, like Donkey Kongs and screens and stuff for other little projects that I thought wouldn't take that long. Oh, this is a light. I don't even have these anymore. Do I still have the light itself? I think I got rid of it. Yeah, I did. I threw out the light. Okay, well that's a garbage. Let's see. I need that module because modular synthesizer voltages for audio are much, much, much higher than your typical speaker input. So I need to attenuate it with the attenuation module so that it doesn't blow us up when I try to test it. I don't want to explode. And it was living around here for a while. It was rattling around on these desk surfaces, getting in the way and whatnot for some time. So I figured it was probably still in this area, but I'm not seeing it. So I need to dig further. It'll show up. We'll be camping around this area. What about back here? No. Nope, that's potentiometers and stuff. Kind of scooch that in. Here, you make a little space. There we go. This can scooch in. Give me a little bit more desk area here. That's a cool motor. That's some other project stuff. Tried to build a circuit like Hajiwo and failed miserably at it because I'm too much of a perfectionist with my soldering. So if it's not over there, is it way over here? It would be the kind of thing that I would toss back into. Yeah, here it is. Okay, I found it. I found it. I found it. So this is here just to keep us from blowing up our ears on the speaker. Okay, and so from output, I'm going into one of the channels. We'll just do channel 1, turn that way down. Probably should anchor this thing in, but and then from here, I need an adapter that'll do stereo for mono. Although I could probably just plug the headphones or the speaker directly in there. I should probably have an adapter. So I have a little thing that I made. Hopefully it's still over here. Yeah, here it is. It's just a little thing that I made that just puts it in the stereo. So I've been back and forth to that other table so many times that my microphone is just completely coiled up. What's up, Sid Heresy? This goes here, and then stereo over yonder. Where's the plug? God, I'm swimming in cables right now. All right, so now we can turn everything on, and we've got audio here. It's not going to be attenuated or anything. It's just basically enjoying a Friday. Hell yeah, happy Friday, brother. So Marbleps is going to create our signals, and maybe we should do this here. I'm gonna make this a little bit better. We're going to take 2 here, and then we're going to flip these 2. So we're just going to do this and this. I want it to be a little cleaner. So like that. And then this will have 2 that are just kind of locating it. And then we'll put marbles over here. Marbleps doesn't need 4, but it's still going to get it. Well, hopefully this thing is fixed. I think it is, because I think this is just a very straightforward repair. The only thing that I have to test this is marbles. So, oh God, I gotta get into that again. Yeah, you gotta get that flow going on, right? Otherwise, the electrons aren't happy. They get kind of squirrely. They get a bit, you know, they kind of get scared. So you got to make sure that your flow is right direction. All right, I don't think I need to like staple these on, but I'm gonna want to kind of attach the attenuator just because I'm gonna reach for it very rapidly if something goes weird. He's getting this and a couple of these. I don't know if I like this setup with the maker beam sticking through this way. It might not be good. I think my main concern is that when I'm tightening down bolts, I accidentally scrape something. Yeah, they get a little claustrophobic, and you send them around a little bit, they start to kind of get turned around, and it's not a good scene. There we go. Okay, so that's solid in there. This doesn't really need to be that solid. I don't know how much I'm going to be plugging in and out of it. Okay, so we've got our stereo hookup there. We have our output from the main thing going into one channel of this mid-volume, and then we, from marbles, are taking a control voltage here. We'll put that into CV in. What else do we need with this one? This one's kind of a weirdo. Let me get more jumper cables. Because we need a gate, and then we need 5 times the detail. We're going to need, please, Todd. Okay, get that over there. Cables go! That didn't hook up anything. Yeah, do I have a gate on this? I mean, I guess I can use the X's as gates. Technically, it's a gate. We'll take that into gate. And then, what else? Okay, let me turn it on. Nobody's blown up? Nope. We got a lot of stuff going on over here. And then volume should be okay. So what else do I need here? CF mod, resonance, envelope, voltage controlled amplifier. Give it a VCO CV. Gate. I don't know. Slow that down a little bit. Nothing. Where's our volume here? Midway. Mono there. Let's try our VCO out. Well, there we go. Sounds like some kind of a fucking printer. I forget what the controls are in this thing. Ah! It seems to be going the whole swing. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Oh my god, please give me some variation. That's right, these are like gates, so these should probably go into... Give that a little bit of movement. This is not Acid House. Nobody knows what the controls are. I do. A little bit. Good noise filter we don't hear when you're not talking. That is good. All right, cut off. Doesn't appear. Oh, I'm not listening to that. So voltage controlled filter, that's the control voltage. VCA in, no, that's in for the filter. Envelope out, no. Just regular old output. Probably should screw this in because I keep unplugging it. I sort of hear stuff going on in the background there. Gate shouldn't matter if I'm in VCA. But I'm also hitting it with... Yeah, let's change that control voltage maybe. Jeez, what's going on with my... What am I not doing here? So, start over. Start over. It was on VCA. Okay, right now we've got it on VCA. I'm gonna screw this thing down because we keep plugging into it and it's wandering. And to start making Christmas gifts. I gotta think about that because I don't know. Oh, man, my brother's daughters, I don't know what to get them. They're sort of still figuring out what their personalities are, what they're into. I don't know what to get them. You know, I got them both the same Pushteen plushie way back in the day, and that was like famous. They were so happy with that gift, but I don't think I can ever top that. The Pushteen plushie. I don't know what the hell girls are into these days. It should just function with the gate input. So this guy right here. So if I give... Now, should gate be a swinging signal? Should that be a slow swinging signal? Because that's 0 to 8 volts is gate. I should really get the rest of these bolts and really bolt these things in because I'm plugging all over the place with them. But with the VCF, with VCO, like here's the VCO right now. Oh, it's like super low. Okay, so with the VCO out, it's super low. It's going... So if I give it something a little higher up, this would be the random. What if I put in the slide in? Nope. It sounds like a goddamn airplane. Turn down Deja Vu. All right, so that's swinging positive, negative. And it's going into VCO control voltage. I don't really get a sense of cutoff on this, but this is just for the VCO out. So, envelope out, that's not audio. But our full output's coming out here, and nothing is happening. I think a lot of my issue with the M303 is my inability to get it to be hooked up and tested. Send one of these crazy mobobs. Where? I don't think it's going to do anything in the filter. If I turn it into gate, and I've got the gate input on something that's going crazy, it's just not doing anything. The VCO out interrupts the circuit. I think it's patched through something else, and then back into the 303. Yeah, that's what I found in the circuit as well. But it goes into the cutoff filter, I believe, is the next stop. And so if I give it full cutoff, I just don't get anything. But we're also not getting notes that are very high. It's very low notes out of the VCO. Like the direct output from the VCO is so low that it's just robots fucking. Like this is like a B-52 bomber. Like a flathead cylinder vehicle on its way. But it should be like much higher pitched. And that might just be marbles. That just might be what I've built with marbles. Stop revving your motor. Now that just swung all the way over. Oh, it's because of these. Why is that LED not working? Uh-oh. I think that one is the one for the range, and I can't see where it's set. I can't set it. Oh boy. Ah, this is pathetic. This sucks. There we go. There's our motorcycle. It should go up 600 hertz. This is like me trying to diagnose a motor. Wait, rev it again. Let me see. Oh, okay. Wait. What is that floor of? Why is it going? Okay, so that is doing stuff. But now there's nothing. Wait, I heard a little bit. Very, very quietly. You guys might not be able to hear it, but that should be blasting our ears out. Yeah, like I have to blast this in order to hear anything. There we go. Of course, we can barely hear it, but... Seems to be in the resonance. This is very weird. It seems like it's missing... Let's try a different channel. Okay, so it's not my attenuator. This is just a bunch of 100K resistors and pots. Not much to it. But like when we got directly out of the VCO out, we got a lot more volume to this thing. Like here's every volume is now maxed out. Attack all the way counterclockwise. I don't know which one's attack. Yeah, the gate is like getting super overstimulated. I have accent. Is that what you're talking about? Or decay? Yeah, I don't really have attack, I don't think. It's envelope mod. This should be a lot louder than it is. I'm actually kind of concerned. Yeah, it's a little different. It's not quite... God, these are piercing. These are really meant for rhythm. They're not for this kind of thing. But what if I put it over here? Well, that needs to swing all the way to positive for it to actually do anything. How do you go positive? See, this should change the range of the X's, and the LED isn't on, so I don't know what's going on. Yeah, it was a little laser beamy. This is, you know, acid house stuff is like that. I'm way negative. Now they're positive, but it doesn't seem to be voltage controlled amplifier and gate in VCO, that's oscillator, and then CV. That's not anything. Think. All right, so we put the gate back over to the chaos of the T side. Geez, the note was too low before, now it's way too high. Modular audio levels are 10 volt peak to peak. Yes, I have an attenuator in here though. So this is bringing it back down to normal levels without blowing everything up. Why is the VCO out so different from what we're hearing? Sounds like a goddamn car motor. But yeah, this should be blowing up the speaker. I think the VCO that I bought actually does put out proper voltage levels. I think we had that working just fine. Right now, this is like a comfortable listening level, but I've pegged the volume on all of its areas. Like these are max. That's in, envelope out. I don't think envelope out's doing anything. Oh, it is. Up. That would go into something else, though. This is currently what it's able to do. Pew, pew, pew. This is, again, why I have stressed building a module testing module. Because, I don't know what I'm doing. I do not know. Why did it stop? What happened? I was playing with cutoff and then it stopped. How are we doing with heat? Just that one chip getting warm. That's not that warm. Yeah, it feels like everything on this board is kind of doing its job. I don't have any glaring issues. What I don't have, though, is the ability to hear anything happening right now. What happened? Well, once again, this is where my test setup comes into question. Oh, here we go. Someone was doing the VCF was doing a dirty. Okay, these are like experimental orbital noises. What the hell? Why is it making fart noises? Why are we farting? Okay. It's doing its best, okay? VCO mod mount. This is just like cutting everything. These aren't doing anything. Oh, there we go. Now we got that one back. Whoa, whatever that means. Get me out of here. Come on. Oh, I brought back this functionality. Hey, there we go. So the middle one is random. These are based off of the center one. I can make them go harder or softer into the notes. I'll need to refresh what's going on. Hey, Weaselbox. Whoa! Ding, ding. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, Marbles is maybe not the best test platform for this. But, like, this shouldn't be so quiet. Everything is very quiet. So I don't know, is it just me? The last 303 Daves that we were working on did the same thing. It did the same kind of crazy crap that this one is doing. And of course, Marbles is a randomization engine, so naturally things are a little crazy on the other end when we try to listen to it. Pyong, 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 pyong. What are these noises? Get a hold of yourself, Marbles. Had to bounce for a bit, but yeah, looks cool. I don't know if this thing is functioning like the M-303 should function. I think I need to figure out how I'm going to give it the proper control voltages in order to determine whether or not something's actually functioning properly. You know, I need to give it gates and stuff like that. I don't have a sequencer. I have ornamentations and crimes. Maybe that can do it. Hold on, I'm going to cough. Oh my God, my voice is terrible right now. Can ornamentations and crimes do this job? I'll have to look up UOC to see if I can make it into at least a temporary module tester. I did just drink water. Yeah, because I've got this little John right here, and this thing is a pretty powerful computational thing. It uses a Teensy 3.0 that I thought was dead, but apparently still works just fine for this purpose anyway. So maybe I can find something in here that'll help me do something. OC doesn't really have a sequencer. God damn it, piece of trash. Yeah, so I don't know what I'm gonna do. I need I need my module testing modules, what I need. We got spaceship parts. Kind of. If you're traveling the space that is our minds in the audio realm, then yes, I have spaceship parts. Put these away. Okay, all right, so I don't know if this thing works or not. I suspect it does, but there's another firmware for it called Hemisphere that does have a sequencer and a trigger sequencer. Interesting. Use it all the time in my setup. Maybe I'll look into that. Hemisphere? To somehow do some form of sequencing on this. Because I need something that's going to make this do thing so that I know that it works. My only complaint right now is that the audio level coming out of this thing is very weak. I have the attenuator maxed out, I have the volume maxed out, and I have this volume maxed out. And if I go into this one, it's going to blow our eardrums off. Actually, that's not that much louder. Non-destructive? Yeah, that's a good one. This is a Teensy 3.1 version. They've only just gotten the Teensy 4 crimes and ornamentation underway. It's unfortunately these are not. You know, the Teensy 3 and the Teensy 4 one aren't exactly compatible because they did a lot of tricks to get the Teensy 3.0 to do all of the like audio engine stuff as well as But anyway, you've been trying to help with that project. That's cool. Yeah, Sid Heresy knows some good stuff. I thought there were some big inroads that they made recently. It's just the change of architecture really threw people for a loop. Luckily, I'm the kind of person that has Teensy 3.0s sitting around because this one in particular has a little dead face on it because I thought I broke it when developing the Wheel project. So we were able to test this one out, and now I have a crimes and ornamentation. So this might actually be a better thing to use. Maybe I'll have to check out Hemisphere. Was that what it was? Hold on, let me look. Yeah, Hemispheres. Look that up right now with this weird evil soundtrack in the background. Hemisphere Suite is an alternative firmware for the Ornament and Crime Eurorack module. Hampshire Suite is an open source project by Jason Justion, aka Shizn. Ornament and Crimes is a collaborative open source project by Patrick Dowling. I wish I had like 5 Ornament and Crimes. There's 40 plus apps on each side, yeah. Hemisphere firmware is cool. I'm gonna turn that off. I don't need to hear this thing anymore. A whole thing, power down. Launching Hemisphere. Long press the right encoder and release after 2 seconds. I might already have a hemisphere. Hey, what was this? Index C, 42 months. Thank you so much, Index C. Yeah, I've been kind of scarce lately. I've had a lot of bullshit to deal with on sort of the IRL end of streaming. And I have the parts to make 5 more. I do have 5. Julian linked me to something for like a sale for Crimes and Ornamentations. It was like 20 modules, and they were reasonably priced. And I was like, dude, if you guys can fund that, I can just build that. Like, that's not hard for me to do. I can build that. But he ended up not getting all the funding together, and I don't have that much money. So I could have spent like $800 and been inundated with Crimes and Ornamentations and gotten them all up and functioning. But oh well. There's some really cool forks of the OG design. The problem is it's all obsolete now. You can't really get Teensy 3.1s. If you want to build a Crimes and Ornamentations module, it's a very powerful little digital goober that has 4-channel I/O. It's very nice. It just uses a nice little DAC to do all of its business. Very good for this kind of thing if you want to go digital. I almost want to ditch all the digital and just go analog. But anyway, Crimes and Ornamentation. If you want to build one, you can, and you can get a Teensy 3.0, but you have to message Paul Stoffrigan directly and be an individual wanting to make a Teensy 3.0 thing. He will send you one. That's going to end eventually because the Teensy 4 version of Crimes and Ornamentation is going to take over. That means all this other software, all these forks and all the weird stuff and all the cool stuff has been developed. Some of that's going to die because not everybody's going to be around to move it all up to the Teensy 4.0 version. I hope there's enough backwards compatibility in a lot of these projects, but you know, it's just what happens with the inexorable march of time and technology is that you get obsolescence sometimes, and this is an unfortunate case of it. So if you want to get the OG one that's going to be able to get, you know, all those old crazy projects, you can still message Paul Stoffrigan and source one. But yeah. Another thing called squares and circles. I've heard of squares and circles. Uses a 4.1 in the OC PCB. Ah, clever girl. Stoffrigan kept some of the pinouts the same. Turns it into a 4-channel module that uses a lot of mutable instrument stuff. That's cool. You basically have 4 mutable instrument modules in one. I get, but there's a lot of knobs. You got to go through menus. You got to tweak the little menus. You got to play radio operator with it. That's different. Okay. All right. I'm out of time. My voice is starting to get a little scratchy. I don't want to blow up my voice in pursuit of this, but I do want to look up like hemispheres. That seems like it's a pretty good thing. It's really cool, but limited. Everything's the same. You make a tiny mod to bias the output correctly. I see. I need to learn a lot more about how this stuff functions in order to be able to just like wing it and be able to get this stuff together. Again, this is the whole purpose of this thing. I'm supposed to be putting together this thing so that I can plug it into this thing and I can say, hey, bring it through a little sequence here. Phaserville firmware tool? Boo, boo, boo. Phaserville suite for OC. Look at all these different types of modules they have. Apps getting one repo. I see. So this is everyone under one roof. Custom build TC 3.2 is simple bot command. Yeah, it mentions hemisphere right here. More apps now fit in the same hardware. And choose your own selection. New and improved hemisphere applets. New full screen apps, scenes, calibrator, and passcore. New UI features, code base optimization, quality of life. Yeah, that seems pretty good. Seems like we've got a lot. I don't remember what I loaded in when I loaded in Ornaments and Crimes. So I don't know. No matter what, I guess I'm getting more functionality out of this thing by plugging it in. This thing is great. This probably could have been the module testing module. The screen probably can display more than our module testing module, but I'm going to still do my own thing and kind of build our own. I'm going to go find the GitHub and make this for myself. You do that. Firmware.phaserville.com. Not that you would know how to spell Phaserville from me just saying it, but Phazer. At least they're not using like a 3 instead of an E. The Hemisphere even has an okayish oscope. Hajiwo did an oscope, and I figure I'm going to have to go kind of my own route in order to get an oscope style display on a VFD, because I want to do this. I want to get that thing up and running. And my Fusion 360 parts library has sort of been gone over once. I need to take it over and over again. I need to go through the whole library again and again and try to make sure that everything is ready for me to like rapidly build circuit boards, because then we can go back to the module testing module. I think this 303 works. I don't know how to test it yet. I'm going to have to figure that out. Yeah, I want to get my module tester to work, although it seems like, you know, a properly outfitted Crimes and Ornamentation might be able to do that too. I don't know about whether or not I can program my own firmware and fork my own. I could fork all of you. I could fork my own TNC 4.1 Crimes and Ornamentation, and then maybe I could have the testers in it. This doesn't have a voltage reference testing though, so maybe that's where mine excels. Yeah, it's come very far. Well, this thing is going the way of the dinosaur. It's going to be the 4.1 version. It's going to be the new hotness that everybody has. So you can set one side to a sequencer and the other side to a trigger sequencer. Yeah, that may be the way that I have to go with that. That would be fun to do. I have a lot to learn about this stuff. I know how to build it, but it does a voltage reader. I would assume that the DAC is able to read voltages as well, but what I mean is calibrate. Sorry, I didn't fully use your words, bother. A calibrated voltage reference. I'm sure it's really good. I mean, the DAC is probably very good in there, and it probably is. Have a knife day. See you, spoon. Fork off already. I'm gonna break my computer after reading that. No, but the calibration for our module is going to have voltage references that it can put in order to retain its accuracy. I think that puts it above Ornaments and Crimes in terms of the test suite. Even though that DAC is probably pretty well calibrated, it just still doesn't have like a reference that it can turn on. It probably has an internal one though. I don't know. It could save us a whole lot of time and just go over to this thing. I want something with the VFD working in it. The same app with the oscope shows voltage too, and it does have a reference. Yeah, it probably has an internal reference. And then can it give me what note is being played as per voltage? I don't know. Oh, that's right. You have to go through a whole calibration sequence with it. That's right. Right. And I think I did do that. I think I did do that with mine. At least the last time I booted it up. It's not exactly been in a rack. Okay, I'm signing off here. I'm done for the day. I know I haven't been around very much this week. It's been a crazy week. Next week, we're going to kick it off on Tuesday. I don't know what we'll be doing. If I can sort out all of my licensing on Monday, maybe we can have a circuit board building stream and we can actually get something done instead of just spending our time swimming in the parts manager. Parts manager is an important facet of the whole suite of tools, but I don't want to get bogged down in it. If you do things the right way, unlike me from the start, you have a whole paddock of parts and you only have to import a couple in order to get the rest of your circuit working. Things go very easily in it's a good emotes. Things go very easily in AutoCAD when you know the right sequence of events and have all this stuff lined up and ready to go. So we should get down to the nitty-gritty of the layout of the circuit board and where the traces are going, possibly on Tuesday, or I find something a little bit more inspired that'll kind of keep us fresh and maybe give us a refresher on some stuff. I'm not sure. I'll figure it out. But until then, you guys can catch me on Discord. Here's the end card with all the stuff in it. All the stuff in it. Like a Prada bag with a lot of stuff in it. Yeah, so you guys can find me. You guys can find me on Discord. Twitter is, of course, dying as privacy gets eroded, so I don't know how much twittering I'm going to be doing, although I do still have it open in a tab. I'm not installing the app. I'm never going to do that. But yeah, catch me in those places. Discord's the main place. And until then, I'll see you. Have a good weekend, everybody. And there will be, updates in Discord. No, you hang up. No, you hang up. No, you hang up.